Welcome, dear friends, to this perfect time of year where the world outside whispers tales of calm and warmth. As the night unfolds, relaxation becomes the key to sweet dreams, and we're here to guide you gently into that serene state. Let the anticipation of comforting stories fill your heart as you release your worries and embrace this peaceful moment with us. Thank you for sharing your time and presence. We're so grateful to have you here. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The village itself was a picturesque place, with cobblestone paths that meandered through quaint cottages adorned with vibrant flower boxes. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees flitting from petal to petal. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, allowing the villagers to savor each moment of their idyllic lives. Even the sunlight seemed to linger longer, casting a gentle warmth that wrapped the village in perpetual comfort. The forest around the village was a living tapestry of nature's splendor. Ancient trees stood tall, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages as they danced in the breeze. The forest floor was a mosaic of moss and fallen leaves, each step on its soft carpet releasing the earthy aroma of nature's perfume. Streams wove through the woods like silver threads, their waters singing a perpetual lullaby as they tumbled over smooth stones. Birds flitted through the canopy, their songs a chorus of nature's joy, while squirrels darted between branches, adding a playful rhythm to the melody of the forest. It all started when old Mrs. Hawthorn's prized pumpkin patch turned a peculiar shade of indigo overnight. The pumpkins, once a rich hue of orange, now glowed eerily under the moonlight, casting an otherworldly luminescence across the village square. The villagers scratched their heads in bewilderment, for they had never seen such a thing before. The pumpkins had been the pride of Mrs. Hawthorn's garden, their seeds passed down through generations, each with a story of its own. The annual harvest festival was approaching, and these pumpkins were meant to symbolize the prosperity and unity of the village. Mrs. Hawthorn was a stalwart of the community, her wisdom as deeply rooted as the ancient oaks that bordered her garden. Her hands, worn and calloused from years of tending to her beloved plants, trembled slightly as she gazed at the transformed pumpkins. Her heart was a medley of emotions, pride mingled with concern. The village had always cherished its traditions, and the annual harvest festival was just around the corner. Mrs. Hawthorn's pumpkins were meant to be the centerpiece of the festival, their vibrant orange a symbol of abundance and prosperity. The sudden change in color was not just a curiosity, but a potential disruption to the festival's harmony. Little Willow, a curious young girl with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a sunny morning, couldn't resist the mystery. She was known for her inquisitive nature, often found with her nose buried in a book, or exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest. Her adventurous spirit was matched only by her kind heart, making her a beloved figure among the villagers. Determined to get to the bottom of the strange happenings, Willow set out on her journey, her small feet pattering softly against the forest floor. As Willow wandered through the forest, she was enveloped by the rich tapestry of life that surrounded her. The scent of pine needles mingled with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, creating a dance of light and shadow that seemed almost magical in its simplicity. The forest was alive with whispers, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the distant gurgle of a hidden brook. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Willow's thoughts turned inward. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets meant only for her. The mystery of the pumpkins was more than a puzzle to solve. It was a way to prove to herself and the village that she could make a difference. Her mind was a whirl of possibilities, each one more fantastical than the last. Yet she remained grounded by the quiet strength she drew from the forest. It was here that she came across Rooter, a wise old oak tree with gnarled branches and a warm, creaky voice that seemed to echo the wisdom of centuries. Rooter had stood in the forest for generations, his bark etched with stories of the past, each ring in his trunk a testament to the passage of time. Why, hello there, young one, Rooter greeted her, his bark crackling gently. I sense you're on a quest to solve a mystery. Willow nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with determination. Yes, Rooter, the pumpkin patch has turned the most peculiar color, and no one knows why. Rooter chuckled, his leaves rustling like gentle applause. Ah, I think I may know the culprit behind this mischief. Have you noticed any new visitors in the forest lately? His voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he enjoyed the thought of a little mischief now and then. Willow thought for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, her eyes widened with realization. Why, yes! Just yesterday I saw a group of mischievous pixies flitting about, sprinkling their dust everywhere. Aha! Rooter exclaimed, his branches swaying with the excitement of discovery. Those pixies are known for their playful pranks. Their dust can work all sorts of wonders and troubles if they're not careful. Willow giggled, delighted to have solved part of the mystery. Her laughter echoed through the forest, a sweet melody that made even the birds pause to listen. But how do we get the pumpkins back to their normal color? Rooter's branches swayed thoughtfully, casting dappled shadows on the ground. You'll need the help of the forest fairies. Their magic is strong enough to counteract the pixies' dust. With renewed determination, Willow set off to find the fairies. The path to the fairies was a winding trail, lined with vibrant ferns and patches of wildflowers that seemed to bloom just for her. She followed the twinkling lights that danced among the trees, each step guided by the soft glow of luminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, Willow's senses were alive with the symphony of the forest. The distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, and the cool touch of the evening air on her skin. Along the way, she paused near a small clearing where a family of deer grazed quietly, their eyes watching her with a gentle curiosity. It was moments like these that reminded Willow of the interconnectedness of all living things within the forest. In a moment of reflection, Willow paused by a stream, the water's surface a mirror of the sky above, dappled with the reflections of overhanging branches. She knelt, cupping her hands to catch the cool water, letting it trickle through her fingers. The sensation was both grounding and invigorating, renewing her resolve and reminding her of the simple joys and mysteries of life. As she continued her journey, her thoughts drifted to Mrs. Hawthorn and the villagers. She imagined their faces, lined with worry, and she knew she had to succeed. The village's happiness depended on it. Her heart swelled with a sense of duty, and she realized that her adventure was no longer just about solving a mystery, but about safeguarding the joy and traditions of her home. Finally, she came upon a clearing where the fairies resided, their delicate wings shimmering like the surface of a moonlit pond. The fairies were surprised but delighted to hear of Willow's predicament. Their voices were like chimes in the wind, harmonious and soothing. "Of course, we'll help," they trilled. "Gather some dew from the glades, and we'll mix it with our fairy dust. That should do the trick." As Willow gathered the dew, she met another ally along the way, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. The fox, named Sylvan, had witnessed the pixie's antics and offered his assistance. "I can guide you to the glades where the dew is purest," he said, his voice smooth and reassuring. Sylvan's presence added a layer of comfort to Willow's journey, his keen senses and familiarity with the forest proving invaluable. With Sylvan's guidance, Willow collected dew in a crystal vial until it glistened like liquid moonlight, each droplet a tiny mirror reflecting the world around it. The fairies worked their magic, sprinkling the dew with shimmering fairy dust, and soon a shimmering mist enveloped the vial, sparkling with an ethereal glow. With the fairies' blessing and Sylvan by her side, Willow hurried back to the village, the vial clutched tightly in her hand. As she approached Mrs. Hawthorn's garden, she could see the villagers gathered, their faces a mix of hope and curiosity. With a gentle spritz, she released the enchanted mist over the pumpkin patch. To everyone's delight, the indigo hue faded, and the pumpkins regained their vibrant orange glow, their surfaces gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Mrs. Hawthorn was overjoyed, tears of gratitude in her eyes as she embraced Willow. The villagers marveled at Willow's cleverness, their admiration a palpable warmth that filled the air. From that day on, they knew to keep a watchful eye out for any mischievous pixies in the forest, but they also learned to appreciate the magical creatures that called the enchanted woods their home. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm golden glow over the village, Willow smiled contentedly. She had solved the mystery, made new friends among the fairies, pixies, and even a wise fox, and proven that even the smallest of us can make a big difference when we work together with wisdom and kindness. The village settled into the peaceful embrace of twilight, each heart brimming with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of their enchanted world. And so, the village thrived, its stories of magic and camaraderie passed down through generations, each tale a reminder of the resilience and unity that defined their enchanted home. Willow, now a revered figure in the village, continued to explore and protect the forest, her adventures becoming the stuff of legends, inspiring children and adults alike to look beyond the ordinary and find the magic in their own lives. 2. The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there was a legend as old as the trees themselves. It was said that deep within the Whispering Woods, a hidden world lay concealed from ordinary eyes, a world where the impossible folded into the everyday, and magic flowed as freely as the rivers that wound through the land. In a small, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of Eldergrove lived a young girl named Leora. With golden curls that danced in the sunlight and eyes the color of the deepest forest moss, Leora was known for her gentle heart and curious spirit. She spent her days gathering wildflowers and weaving them into crowns, often accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise old cat named Thistle. Leora's grandmother, a storyteller of renowned talent, had filled Leora's childhood with tales of the Whispering Woods. Each night, beside the crackling fireplace that filled the room with the comforting scent of seasoned oak, she would recount stories of hidden groves where time stood still and creatures of legend roamed free. The flickering shadows cast by the fire seemed to dance in rhythm with her words, painting vivid pictures of the enchanted realm in Leora's mind. But of all her grandmother's tales, none captivated Leora more than the story of the enchanted lantern, a magical object said to guide the pure of heart to the heart of the hidden world. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen foliage, Leora awoke with a peculiar feeling. It was as if the wind carried with it a secret melody, a call that only she could hear. Driven by an unexplainable longing, Leora decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, her heart set on discovering the truth behind her grandmother's tales. As Leora and Thistle made their way through the village, the gentle rustle of leaves whispered a welcome. The woods unfurled before them, vibrant and alive, as if the trees themselves were breathing. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sweet scent of pine and the distant, melodic chime of a stream hidden within the depths of the forest. The deeper they ventured, the more the world around them seemed to change. The air grew sweeter, tinged with the scent of moss and wild honeysuckle. Birds with plumage of every hue flitted between branches, their songs weaving a symphony that seemed to guide Leora's steps. The very ground beneath her feet felt like a tapestry woven from the roots of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the earth with every step she took. It wasn't long before Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. In a small clearing, nestled among a tangle of ferns and cushioned by a carpet of vibrant emerald moss, stood an old stone pedestal. Atop it rested a lantern, its surface etched with intricate runes that shimmered under the dappled sunlight. This was the enchanted lantern of legend, its presence exuding a mysterious aura that beckoned her closer. With trembling hands, Leora reached out to touch the lantern. The moment her fingers brushed its cool surface, the runes began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped her. Thistle meowed approvingly, his green eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. As the lantern's light grew brighter, a pathway unfolded before them, leading deeper into the woods. Leora, filled with a newfound sense of purpose, followed the path, the lantern lighting her way. Thistle padded silently beside her, his ears flicking at every sound, as if attuned to the heartbeat of the forest itself. The path led them to a grove unlike any other. Ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, stood sentinel around a shimmering pool. The water mirrored the sky, its surface rippling with an ethereal glow. Here, time seemed to dance differently, each moment stretching and bending like the branches overhead. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of bees, adding an almost dreamlike quality to the scene. In the center of the grove stood a figure, cloaked in robes of deep green. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of silver, and eyes that held the wisdom of ages met Leora's with a knowing smile. This was Oriella, the guardian of the hidden world. "Welcome, Leora," Oriella spoke, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "You have been chosen to walk this path, guided by the light of the enchanted lantern." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that she hadn't realized she craved. "I seek to understand the magic of this place," she replied earnestly, "to see the world my grandmother spoke of." Oriella nodded, her gaze gentle yet probing. "The hidden world reveals itself only to those who seek with an open heart. It is a place where dreams and reality entwine, and where the bonds of friendship hold the greatest power." As Leora listened, she became aware of the creatures emerging from the shadows of the grove. There were foxes with eyes like embers, rabbits with silken fur, and birds that shimmered like jewels. Each watched her with a curious intensity, as if appraising her spirit. The grove was alive with whispers, the rustling leaves and gentle babble of the pool creating a harmonious chorus that echoed the guardian's words. "The journey you undertake is one of transformation," Oriella continued. "To navigate this world, you must trust in yourself and in those who choose to walk beside you." With a nod of understanding, Leora took a step forward. The lantern's light danced across the grove, revealing a path that wound through the heart of the hidden world. And so, with Thistle trotting faithfully at her side, Leora embarked on her journey of discovery. Days blended seamlessly into nights as Leora explored the wonders of the hidden world. There were fields of luminescent flowers that bloomed beneath a sky filled with stars, streams that sang as they flowed over pebbles of amethyst and jade, and meadows where deer with antlers woven of starlight grazed peacefully. The air was alive with the scent of blooming night blooms and the distant call of unseen creatures. In this world, Leora found herself changing. The quiet strength of the forest seeped into her bones, and the music of the streams filled her heart with courage. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the stories etched in the bark of ancient trees. Her senses sharpened, attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment and the melodies of the world around her. Yet, as wondrous as this world was, Leora soon realized that it was not without its challenges. One evening, as she rested by a bubbling brook, its cool waters glistening in the moonlight, she met a creature unlike any she had seen, a small dragon with scales as blue as the summer sky and eyes that shimmered like sapphires. The dragon introduced himself as Zephyr, a guardian of the hidden world. Though his appearance was fierce, his heart was gentle, and his voice carried a warmth that reminded Leora of home. They quickly became friends, sharing stories and laughter as they journeyed together. But there was something troubling Zephyr, a shadow that lingered in his eyes. Leora, sensing his unease, asked him kindly, "What burdens your heart, my friend?" Zephyr hesitated, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "There is a place in this world," he began softly, "a place where the light struggles to reach. It is known as the Vale of Shadows, and it is there that I must go." Leora's heart ached at the thought of her friend facing such darkness alone. "Let me come with you," she offered gently. "Together we can bring light to the shadows." Zephyr looked at her with gratitude, his eyes brightening with hope. "Your courage is a gift, Leora. I would be honored to have you by my side." And so, with the lantern lighting their way, Leora and Zephyr set off towards the Vale of Shadows. The path grew more challenging, the trees closing in around them as if to guard against the darkness that lay ahead. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth mingling with the faint, metallic smell of approaching rain. Yet, with every step, Leora felt the bond of friendship strengthen, a warmth that pushed back the encroaching chill. As they neared the vale, a heavy mist clung to the air, wrapping the landscape in a hushed silence. The shadows deepened, their tendrils reaching out like fingers seeking to ensnare. But Leora, guided by the light of the lantern and the strength of her heart, pressed on, her resolve unwavering. In the heart of the vale, they found the source of the darkness, a great stone, cold and lifeless, its surface marred by deep cracks. It was as if the light of the world had been drained into its depths, leaving nothing but a void. The air was thick with despair, the silence oppressive and heavy. Zephyr approached the stone cautiously, his wings folding protectively around Leora. "This is the heart of the shadows," he murmured, "the place where fear and doubt take root." Leora reached out, her fingers brushing the stone. It was cold, yet beneath her touch she felt a flicker of warmth, a spark of light buried deep within. "We must awaken the light," she whispered, her voice steady. "Together we can banish the darkness." With a nod of understanding, Zephyr joined her, their combined strength focused on the stone. The lantern's glow intensified, its light spilling over the vale like a golden tide. As they worked, the shadows began to recede, drawn back by the light that pulsed from their hearts. Slowly, the stone began to change. The cracks widened, spilling forth beams of light that danced and shimmered. The darkness that had once clung so tightly now melted away, replaced by a warmth that filled the vale with life. As the last of the shadows disappeared, Leora and Zephyr stepped back, their hearts filled with a sense of triumph and peace. The vale, once a place of fear, now glowed with a gentle radiance, the air alive with the songs of newly awakened creatures. The scent of fresh rain mingled with the earthy aroma of rejuvenated soil, a testament to the renewal of life. "Thank you, Leora," Zephyr said, his voice filled with emotion. "Your friendship has brought light to a place long forgotten." Leora smiled, her heart full. "It was your courage that guided us, Zephyr. Together, we have shown that even the deepest shadows can be overcome with light and friendship." With their journey complete, Leora and Zephyr returned to the hidden world, their bond stronger than ever. The enchanted lantern, its purpose fulfilled, faded into the background, its light now a part of Leora's heart. Their return was met with a celebration, a festival of lights where creatures of the hidden world gathered to honor the courage and unity that had been shown. Leora and Zephyr were showered with petals of moonflowers, their scent sweet and invigorating, a symbol of the purity and beauty of their mission. Oriella, the guardian, stood beside them, her eyes shining with pride and a hint of mist that suggested tears unshed. "The hidden world thrives on the bonds we forge," Oriella declared, her voice carrying over the assembly like a melody. "Let this day remind us that even in darkness, light can be found and shared." As the festival continued, Leora found herself amidst new friends, sharing laughter and stories beneath the canopy of stars. She learned of each creature's role in the hidden world, from the playful foxes who painted the dawn with their tails, to the wise owls who sang the moon to sleep. Each had a tale, a history intertwined with the magic of the land, and in their stories, Leora saw reflections of her own journey. In the heart of the celebration, an unexpected event unfolded. An elder squirrel, with fur the color of autumn leaves, approached Leora with a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This is for you," he said in a voice as soft as rustling leaves. "It is a token of gratitude from the forest." Leora took the box, feeling its warmth seep into her palms. Inside, nestled among a bed of soft moss, rested a single acorn, glistening with a golden sheen. "This acorn," the elder squirrel continued, "holds the promise of new beginnings. Plant it when the time feels right, and it will grow into a tree that bridges our worlds." Tears of gratitude filled Leora's eyes as she cradled the acorn. The hidden world had not only gifted her with friendship and courage, but now entrusted her with the future, a symbol of hope and continuity. As the days turned to weeks, Leora continued to explore the hidden world, her spirit forever changed by the journey she had undertaken. She learned that true magic lay not in the objects of legend, but in the connections we forge and the love we share. The world around her, now vibrant and filled with vibrant life, reflected the growth she had experienced within. When the time came for Leora to return to Eldergrove, she did so with a heart full of memories and friendships that would last a lifetime. The hidden world had revealed its secrets, not just in its wonders, but in the wisdom it imparted. Back in her cottage, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Leora settled by the fireplace with Thistle curled contentedly at her feet. The warmth of the hearth mirrored the warmth in her heart, a testament to the journey she had taken and the light she had found within. Her grandmother's stories, once mere tales of wonder, now resonated with a truth she had lived. And so, with the crackling fire as her companion, Leora closed her eyes, letting the gentle lull of the whispering woods guide her into dreams woven with magic, friendship, and the promise of new adventures yet to come. In the quiet of the night, a soft wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a melody of hope and the gentle reminder that in a world where shadows may fall, the light of friendship will always find a way to shine through. The village of Eldergrove, nestled in its timeless embrace, stood as a beacon of the enduring magic that lies within the bonds we create. As the seasons changed and the world outside her window transformed from white winter wonderland to the vibrant greens of spring, Leora felt the call of the whispering woods once more. This time, she carried with her not just the stories of the past, but the wisdom of her journey and the golden acorn, a promise of new adventures and the ever-present magic of friendship. As she prepared to venture once again into the whispering woods, a new resolve filled her heart, a determination to plant the acorn in a place where it could grow strong and true, bridging the world she cherished with the hidden realm she had come to love. The path before her was unknown, yet the light within her shone brightly, illuminating the way forward. With Thistle by her side and her heart full of hope, Leora stepped into the future, ready to embrace whatever wonders awaited. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always laced with the scent of pine and the gentle rustling of leaves sang sweet lullabies, there was a little village named Luminara. The village was known for its twinkling lanterns that glowed with the soft gold of 1,000 fireflies. These lanterns, hanging from every porch and branch, were gifts from the Lumina, small fairy-like creatures who dwelled in the woods and tended to the lights with care. Life in Luminara was serene, filled with soft laughter and the comforting hum of nature. The villagers, kind and warm-hearted, lived harmoniously with the Lumina, tending to their needs in exchange for the fairies' gentle magic. Children played in the sun-dappled meadows, their laughter mingling with the songs of birds, while the elders gathered in the square, sharing stories of the forest's mysteries over steaming cups of herbal tea. However, as summer began to wane, a peculiar mystery started to unfold. Each night, as the stars began to dot the darkening sky, the lanterns would dim, their light flickering uncertainly before fading to a mere whisper of a glow. The villagers would gather in the village square, puzzled and whispering softly amongst themselves, bathed in the muted glow of the few remaining lights. "I wonder if the Lumina have fallen ill," mused old Mr. Alder, his beard as white as the snow that would soon blanket the village. His hands, roughened by time and work, fiddled with a small wooden carving, a replica of the lanterns that once burned brightly. Or perhaps they are unhappy with us. But young Linden, a bright-eyed girl with a curiosity as vast as the night sky, had her own suspicions. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, shimmered in the dim light. "Something must be causing this," she said, her voice soft yet certain. Her eyes gleamed with determination, reflecting the last weak glow of the lanterns. "I'll find out what it is." The next evening, as the village settled into its nightly routine, Linden set off into the woods. The air was cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet whispers of the Lumina, who danced around her like living stars. She followed the path of mossy stones, her heart as steady as her footsteps, until she reached the clearing known as the Glade of Echoes. Here, the Lumina gathered to sing their melodies, infusing the lanterns with their light. But tonight, their song was faint, barely a murmur against the backdrop of the night. Linden watched, her heart heavy with worry, as the Lumina struggled to weave their magic. "What troubles you, dear friends?" she asked, her voice gentle as she stepped into the glade. Her presence was calm and reassuring, a beacon of hope amidst the shadows. One of the Lumina, a tiny creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water, fluttered close to Linden's ear. "It is the nightshade," it whispered, its voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "A shadowy presence that steals our light." Linden's mind raced. She knew the nightshade as a creature of legend, said to wander the woods feeding on the glow of the Lumina's magic. But such tales were as old as the forest itself, and none had seen a nightshade in generations. "I'll help you," Linden promised, her voice firm. "We'll find a way to restore your light." The next morning, Linden sought out Elder Rowan, the wisest of the village's inhabitants. With a cloak as green as the forest canopy and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, Elder Rowan welcomed Linden into his cozy cottage. The scent of dried herbs filled the air, mingling with the warmth of the crackling fire. "Tell me, child, what brings you here?" he asked, his voice as warm as the hearth's glow, his eyes twinkling like the lanterns that once filled the village with light. After listening to Linden's tale, Elder Rowan nodded slowly. "The nightshade is indeed a creature of shadows, but it is not malicious. It simply seeks light to fill its own emptiness. Perhaps we can find a way to share our light without losing it." Together they devised a plan. With the help of the lumina, they would craft a lantern filled with a special glow, a light that could satisfy the nightshade's hunger without dimming the village's own. As dusk fell, Linden and Elder Rowan, accompanied by a host of lumina, ventured deep into the woods. The lumina sang their sweetest songs, weaving their magic into a single brilliant lantern. Its light was soft, yet unwavering, a gentle promise of warmth and hope. They placed the lantern in the glade of echoes and stepped back, waiting in the quiet of the night. Slowly, a shadow unfurled from the depths of the forest, a whisper of darkness that moved like mist. It approached the lantern, drawn to its glow, and as it did, the lumina sang, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus. The nightshade paused, its shadowy form softening in the lantern's glow. It lingered there, absorbing the light, until its darkness was no longer a void, but a gentle dusk, a twilight that shimmered with 1,000 hues. "Thank you," a voice echoed softly, like a sigh carried on the wind. And then, as quietly as it had come, the nightshade slipped away, content, leaving the lantern glowing brightly in its wake. With the nightshade no longer a threat, the lumina's light returned to its full brilliance, illuminating the village of Luminara once more. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with joy and relief, as the lanterns shone like stars against the velvet sky. Linden, standing beside Elder Rowan, watched the scene with a heart full of warmth. She knew that sometimes even the darkest shadows needed a little light to find their way. And so, under the canopy of twinkling lanterns and the gentle glow of the lumina, the village of Luminara thrived, its nights filled with light and laughter, whispering secrets to the stars above. In the days that followed, Linden often visited the glade of echoes, where the lumina danced and sang their melodies. She would sit quietly, listening to the gentle hum of their wings and the soft rustle of the leaves, feeling the peace that settled within her like a warm blanket on a winter's night. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Linden noticed a familiar shadow moving through the trees. It was the nightshade, its twilight form flickering with a soft luminescence. It lingered at the edge of the glade, watching the lumina weave their magic into the lanterns. Curious, Linden approached, her steps slow and careful. "Hello again," she greeted, her voice like the whisper of the wind through the branches. The nightshade turned, its presence no longer ominous but gentle, a part of the forest's rhythm. "I did not mean to frighten your village," it said, its voice a blend of shadow and light. "I only sought the warmth I had lost." Linden smiled, her heart understanding the longing in the nightshade's words. "Perhaps you can find a new home here, among the trees and the starlight." The nightshade seemed to ponder her words, its form shifting like the play of light and shadow on a summer's day. "I would like that," it replied softly. "To be a part of this place, to share in its light." And so it was that the nightshade became a guardian of the night, its presence a gentle reminder of balance and harmony. As the seasons turned, it would often join the lumina in their songs, adding its own quiet melody to the symphony of the forest. The villagers of Luminara soon grew accustomed to the nightshade's visits, greeting it with smiles and warmth. They would leave little offerings of light, glowing stones and firefly lanterns, along the paths, tokens of friendship and gratitude. Elder Rowan, watching from the threshold of his cottage, would often smile at the sight, his heart filled with a deep, abiding peace. "Every creature needs a place to belong," he would say, his voice a gentle rumble like the distant roll of thunder. And sometimes, all it takes is a little light to guide them home. As the years passed, the tale of the nightshade and the lumina became a cherished story in Luminara, a bedtime tale told to children as they drifted to sleep under the watchful gaze of the glowing lanterns. It was a story of finding light in the darkest places, of kindness and understanding, and of the bonds that unite all creatures under the same starry sky. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the lanterns twinkled and the lumina danced, the village of Luminara thrived in its gentle glow. The nightshade, now a friend and protector, wove its way through the trees, content in the knowledge that it had found its place in the world. In the quiet moments of dawn, when the village lay in slumber and the first light of morning painted the sky, Linden would sometimes join the nightshade in the forest. They would sit together in silence, watching the world awaken, the nightshade's presence a comforting shadow against the rising sun. The forest, with its rustling leaves and whispering breezes, held the secrets of both shadow and light, a testament to the harmony that could be found when hearts opened to understanding and friendship. And in the quiet of the night, as the world lay wrapped in the embrace of dreams, the village of Luminara shone on, a beacon of warmth and wonder, guiding all who sought its gentle light. One autumn evening, as the leaves turned to flames of gold and crimson, the villagers gathered for the Festival of Light, a celebration of the harmony between Lumina and humans. The air was brisk, nipping gently at cheeks and noses, while the scents of spiced cider and roasted chestnuts wafted through the village square. Lanterns, more brilliant than ever, adorned every tree, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars themselves. Linden and her friends, their faces lit with excitement, danced around a bonfire that crackled and leaped in time with the music. Elder Rowan stood at the center, his voice rising above the melodies, telling tales of old, of bravery and friendship, of the Lumina and their magical gifts. As the festival reached its peak, the nightshade emerged from the shadows, a gentle presence welcomed by all. It joined the circle of dancers, its form flickering with the colors of the fire, a part of the vibrant tapestry of life in Luminara. This night, under the watchful eyes of the Lumina and the twinkling lanterns, Linden felt a deep sense of belonging. She understood that the bonds they had forged between light and shadow, human and fairy, were more than just alliances. They were the essence of their world, a tapestry woven with threads of light and darkness, warmth and understanding. And as the night wore on, a cool breeze carried the songs and laughter of the village into the forest, where they mingled with the whispers of the trees and the gentle hum of the Lumina. The whispering woods, cradling Luminara in its ancient embrace, stood as a testament to the enduring magic of connection, a place where every heart found its light and every shadow found its home. In the years that followed, the village of Luminara grew, not just in numbers but in understanding. The nightshade, once a feared mythical presence, became a symbol of transformation and acceptance. Villagers who once viewed the woods with apprehension found themselves venturing deeper, drawn by curiosity and the promise of new friendships. One spring day, a group of children, led by Linden, now a young woman with the same fiery spirit but a heart even wiser, set out to explore the forest. The sun painted dappled patterns on their path, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers. As they reached the Glade of Echoes, a place that had become a symbol of unity, they paused, listening to the harmonious chorus of Lumina and Nightshade. "Remember," Linden said, her voice tender yet firm, "what we have here is precious. It's a reminder that even the most unlikely friendships can become the strongest bonds." Her words stayed with the children, planting seeds of wisdom and courage. They understood that the world was vast and filled with mysteries, but also with opportunities for harmony and growth. As they laughed and played, their laughter echoing through the woods, the Lumina and Nightshade watched, their presence a gentle reassurance of the balance that could be achieved when light and darkness danced together. And so, under the ever-watchful eyes of the whispering woods, the village of Luminara thrived in its tapestry of light and shadow, a beacon of hope and unity for all who sought its gentle embrace. However, as time wove its intricate patterns, a new challenge arose. The once gentle breeze began to carry an unfamiliar chill, whispering rumors of a distant storm, a tempest that threatened to disrupt the harmony of the whispering woods. The lumina, sensing the disturbance in the air, became restless, their songs tinged with unease. Linden, now a respected voice among the villagers, felt the change deep within her. One evening, as the winds howled through the forest, she climbed the old oak that stood at the heart of Luminara, seeking clarity in the rustling leaves. The nightshade joined her, its presence a comforting shadow amidst the gathering storm. "We must understand," Linden murmured, her voice barely audible against the wind's roar. "If the forest is in turmoil, we need to find its source." The nightshade, sensing the urgency in her words, flickered with determination. "Let us seek the heart of the storm," it suggested, its voice a steady whisper against the chaos. Together they ventured deeper into the woods than ever before, guided by the instincts that bound them to the land. The forest, usually so inviting, felt different now. The paths were shrouded in mist, and the trees seemed to sway with an anxious energy. Their journey led them to the ancient stone circle, a place of power and mystery, where the forest's magic was at its strongest. Here, the winds converged, swirling with a force that seemed to pull at the very fabric of the world. In the center of the circle stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence commanding yet uncertain. Linden knew at once that this was the source of the disturbance, a being torn between light and darkness. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice unwavering despite the storm's fury. The figure turned, revealing eyes that flickered with 1,000 shades, like embers held within a prism. "I am the Keeper of Balance," it replied, its voice resonating with the power of the earth and sky. "I have come to restore what has been disrupted." Linden glanced at the nightshade, understanding dawning upon her. "The balance between light and shadow," she realized. "You've journeyed here to mend it." The keeper nodded, its form shimmering with an ethereal glow. "But I cannot do it alone. The forest's harmony depends on all of us." With newfound purpose, Linden, Nightshade, and the Lumina joined forces with the keeper. Together, they wove a tapestry of magic and light, a dance of shadows and illumination that resonated through the stone circle. The winds, once fierce and chaotic, calmed, their fury dissipating into a gentle breeze that caressed the forest with a promise of renewal. As dawn broke, painting the sky with soft hues of lavender and gold, the forest stood serene and vibrant once more. The Keeper of Balance, its mission fulfilled, faded into the morning mist, leaving behind a sense of peace that would linger for generations. Back in Luminara, the villagers awoke to a world restored, their hearts filled with gratitude for the harmony that had been preserved. The story of the storm and the keeper became another cherished tale, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the enduring magic of the whispering woods. And so, under the canopy of stars and lanterns, the village of Luminara continued to thrive, a testament to the bonds that unite all creatures and the light that guides them home. Story 4. Nestled in the heart of a vast, whispering forest lay the enchanting village of Eldergrove. Surrounded by towering trees that seemed to touch the sky, this village appeared as if cradled lovingly by the arms of the ancient woods. Here, time ambled gently, and life danced to the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a brook. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and bathing everything in a warm, golden hue. The villagers, warm and kind-hearted, lived in harmony with the forest, trusting the wisdom of its roots and the secrets it held beneath the canopy. Among them was a young girl named Leora, a spirited soul whose curiosity mirrored the forest's age-old mysteries. Her hair shimmered like chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes sparkled with the emerald green of the forest moss. Leora spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Eldergrove, her heart brimming with wonder and an insatiable thirst for discovery. Her curiosity was not born out of mere restlessness, but a profound yearning to understand the world around her, to unravel the mysteries that whispered in the wind and danced in the shadows. Yet there was one place that always piqued her interest more than any other, the old willow, a grand ancient tree that stood at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches stretched wide, and its roots delved deep into the earth, as though embracing the very soul of the forest. The villagers often spoke of the old willow with reverence, whispering tales of its magical powers and the hidden world it guarded. It was said that those who truly listened could hear the tree's wisdom in the rustling of its leaves, and if one was deemed worthy, they might even glimpse the hidden wonders within. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the sun cast a golden glow over the forest, Leora decided to visit the old willow. The ground was carpeted with a tapestry of red and gold leaves, and the air buzzed with the gentle hum of life preparing for the winter slumber. As she approached, the tree seemed to breathe with life, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, whispering secrets of ages past. As Leora pressed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the texture of the tree's skin under her fingertips, she closed her eyes, hoping to hear the whispers of wisdom. To her surprise, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble ever so slightly, and a soft, melodic voice reached her ears. "Leora," the voice called, gentle and inviting, "your heart is pure and your spirit curious. Would you journey into the world hidden within the forest to seek that which you do not yet know?" Startled but intrigued, Leora nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Yes," she whispered, "I wish to see and learn." With a soft creak, the old willow's trunk parted slightly, revealing a narrow passageway bathed in a shimmering light that seemed to pulse with warmth and mystery. Leora hesitated for but a moment before stepping forward, feeling the gentle pull of the tree's magic guiding her into the unknown. The passageway led her down a winding path where the air shimmered with the scent of honeysuckle and pine. The light grew brighter, and soon Leora found herself in a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. This world, hidden within the folds of the forest, was alive with color and sound, where every tree seemed to hum with a melody of its own, and creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in harmony. Leora wandered through this enchanted land, her eyes wide with awe. She marveled at the vibrant flowers that sang as she passed, and the rainbow-hued butterflies that danced in the air. The ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, covered in a lush carpet of moss and wildflowers. But what truly captivated her was the sense of connection, a feeling that every living being was part of a greater whole, each playing its part in the symphony of life. As she journeyed deeper, Leora met a small, whimsical creature named Bramble, a fox-like being with fur that shimmered like spun silver. Bramble, with eyes twinkling like starlit pools, greeted her with a cheerful bow. "Welcome, young seeker," Bramble chirped, his voice like a playful breeze. "What brings you to our hidden realm?" "I seek to understand," Leora replied earnestly, "to learn the secrets of the forest and the magic it holds." Bramble nodded sagely, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you must meet the heart of the forest," he said. "It is the source of our magic and the keeper of our wisdom." Together, Leora and Bramble set off, traversing through lush glades and across babbling streams. As they traveled, Bramble shared tales of friendship and unity, of how the creatures of the forest worked together to maintain the delicate balance of their world. "Every being has a role to play," Bramble explained, "whether it's the smallest ant or the mightiest oak. We thrive because we understand and respect each other's place in the tapestry of life." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with admiration for the forest's harmony. She realized that the magic of this world was not just in its beauty, but in the way its inhabitants cherished and supported one another. Along their journey, they came across a small gathering of forest creatures huddled around a shimmering pool. The water sparkled like liquid sunlight, and the creatures drank deeply, their thirst quenched by its life-giving essence. Leora approached the pool and dipped her fingers into the cool water, feeling a surge of vitality course through her veins. In this simple act, she understood the forest's gift of sustenance and the importance of nurturing the land that sustained them all. As they continued, Bramble paused by a grove of towering trees that seemed to whisper to one another with their leaves. "This is the Grove of Echoes," he told Leora. "It holds the voices of those who have come before us. Listen." Leora closed her eyes, and the gentle murmur of the leaves transformed into a chorus of voices, sharing stories of past triumphs, failures, and the wisdom gleaned from them. She felt a kinship with those who had walked the path of discovery before her, their experiences lighting her way forward. Finally, after a journey filled with wonder and learning, they arrived at the heart of the forest, a majestic clearing where a colossal tree stood, its branches stretching skyward like a cathedral of nature. The air here was thick with enchantment, and a serene presence seemed to envelop the space. "The heart of the forest," Bramble whispered, his voice filled with reverence. "Listen closely, Leora, for here you will find the answers you seek." Leora approached the great tree, her feet sinking into the soft moss that carpeted the ground. Closing her eyes, she placed her hand upon its ancient trunk, feeling the gentle thrum of life coursing beneath her fingertips. In that moment, a profound sense of peace washed over her, and she heard the voice of the heart, a deep, resonant sound that echoed in the depths of her soul. "Dear child," it spoke, "you have come seeking wisdom, and in your journey you have learned much. The magic of our world lies in the bonds we share, in the kindness and understanding that unite us. Remember this, and you will carry the true essence of the forest with you always." Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude and newfound understanding. She turned to Bramble, who nodded in approval, his eyes glistening with pride. "You have learned well, Leora," Bramble said warmly. "Now, carry this wisdom back to your world, and let it guide you." As Leora prepared to return, Bramble leaned closer, his gaze earnest. "Before you go, there is one more thing," he said. "The heart of the forest has chosen you as its guardian. It is a role of great responsibility, for you must ensure that the wisdom of the forest is passed down and cherished." Stunned by this revelation, Leora felt a weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, but it was lightened by a sense of purpose. She nodded, accepting the role with humility and determination. "I will do my best," she promised, feeling the warmth of the forest's approval envelop her. With a final farewell to the heart of the forest and her friend Bramble, Leora made her way back through the winding path, the shimmering light guiding her steps. She emerged once more at the foot of the old willow, the village of Eldergrove stretching out before her, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Leora returned to the village, her heart forever changed by the journey she had taken. She shared her experiences with the villagers, teaching them the lessons of unity and kindness she had learned in the hidden realm. Her tales inspired them to plant new trees and care for the forest with renewed vigor, ensuring that the spirit of the forest lived on, not just in the trees and creatures, but in the hearts of the people of Eldergrove. From that day on, Leora felt a deeper connection to the world around her, understanding that every living thing was a part of a greater whole. She cherished the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with her. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky and the gentle hum of the forest lulled the village to sleep, Leora lay beneath the old willow, her heart full of peace. She knew that no matter where her journey took her, she would always be guided by the gentle whisper of the forest, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within us all. As she drifted into a restful slumber, she dreamt of the grove of echoes and the voices that would accompany her, sharing their wisdom through the night. She imagined herself planting seeds of knowledge in the hearts of her fellow villagers, watching as they grew into towering trees of understanding and compassion. In her dreams, she saw the village of Eldergrove thriving, its people living in harmony with the forest, tending to the land with love and respect. She envisioned a future where the lessons she had learned would echo through generations, a legacy of unity and kindness that would endure for centuries to come. With that comforting thought, Leora slept soundly, cradled by the warmth of the earth and the love of the forest, knowing that her journey had only just begun. She dreamed of places yet unseen, of adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon, her heart filled with a quiet determination to carry the forest's wisdom wherever she went. And somewhere, deep in the heart of the forest, the old willow stood tall, its leaves whispering a lullaby to the night, echoing Leora's promise to protect and cherish the wisdom of the ancients. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's role as the guardian of the forest's wisdom began to evolve. She found herself drawn to the village elders, whose years of experience held untapped troves of knowledge about Eldergrove and its surroundings. She spent countless hours listening to their stories, absorbing their insights and weaving them into her own understanding of the forest's lore. One afternoon, while sitting with Elder Thorn, a wise and gentle soul with a beard like the snow-capped peaks of distant mountains, Leora learned of the ancient pact between the village and the forest. "Our ancestors," he began, his voice a soothing rumble, "made a promise to the forest spirits long ago. They vowed to protect the land, to honor its gifts, and in return, the forest would shelter and sustain us." Leora listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "And has the pact ever been broken?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Elder Thorn shook his head, a solemn expression on his face. "There have been times of trial when greed and ignorance threatened our bond, but each time wisdom and understanding prevailed. It is a delicate balance, child, one that must be tended with care." Inspired by these tales, Leora felt a renewed sense of purpose. She began organizing gatherings in the village square, where stories of the forest's past and present were shared, and songs of gratitude echoed through the trees. The villagers, captivated by Leora's passion and the elders' wisdom, embraced the gatherings, strengthening their connection to the land and each other. In the quiet moments between these gatherings, Leora would return to the old willow, seeking solace and guidance in its ancient presence. She would often find herself lying on the soft earth, her gaze fixed on the dancing leaves above, allowing her thoughts to drift like the gentle breeze that caressed her skin. One evening, as the sky blazed with the fiery hues of sunset, Leora felt a new sensation, a subtle shift in the air, as if the forest itself was reaching out to her. She closed her eyes, opening her heart to the whispers that drifted on the wind. Images of the hidden realm flooded her mind, the singing flowers, the shimmering pool, the grove of echoes. They seemed to call to her, urging her to return. Determined to heed their call, Leora embarked on a journey back to the heart of the forest, guided by the memories etched into her soul. As she retraced her steps, she encountered familiar faces, each offering their blessings and encouragement. When she arrived at the heart of the forest, she found Bramble waiting for her, his eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "You return, young guardian," he said, a playful grin on his lips. "What do you seek this time?" "I seek to deepen my understanding," Leora replied, her voice steady with resolve, "to learn more about the magic that binds us all." Together, they delved deeper into the mysteries of the forest, exploring realms hidden even from the curious eyes of the villagers. Leora discovered the sacred circle of life, where the spirits of the forest gathered to share their wisdom and maintain the balance of their world. She learned of the dance of seasons, a ritual that celebrated the cycles of life and death, growth and decay. As Leora immersed herself in these sacred traditions, she felt the forest's magic resonate within her, a living thread connecting her to everything around her. It was a power both gentle and fierce, a reminder of the responsibility she bore as the guardian of its wisdom. With each visit to the hidden realm, Leora's understanding of the world deepened, and her connection to the forest grew stronger. She sensed the subtle shifts in the seasons, felt the pulse of life beneath her feet, and understood the language of the leaves as they whispered their secrets. When she returned to Eldergrove, she shared these revelations with her fellow villagers, her words a beacon of hope and inspiration. Under her guidance, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the land, honoring the pact that bound them to the forest. As the years passed, Leora's legacy grew, her name becoming synonymous with wisdom and compassion. The villagers spoke of her with reverence, their hearts filled with gratitude for the guardian who had shown them the way. And though Leora's journey had begun in the heart of the forest, it was far from over, for she knew that the wisdom she carried was a gift meant to be shared, a light to guide future generations as they walked the path of discovery and understanding. In the end, it was the forest itself that held the greatest magic of all, a magic that lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple beauty of life, the enduring strength of unity, and the boundless power of love. And as long as Leora remained true to that magic, the forest would always be with her, whispering its secrets and guiding her way. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there existed a world unseen by human eyes. This was a place where natural creatures, each with their own hidden lives, thrived in perfect harmony with the rhythms of the earth. The forest was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the delicate threads of a spider's web. As the first light of dawn filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, painting the forest floor in dappled shades of gold, a gentle breeze carried the soft scent of pine and dew-laden moss. The air was alive with the melodies of morning, as birds sang to greet the sun, their notes mingling like an orchestra of nature's own design. The rustle of leaves, the bubbling of a distant brook, and the soft patter of a squirrel's footsteps on the underbrush all contributed to the symphony, creating a tapestry of sound that was both comforting and invigorating. In this harmonious haven, there lived a wise old owl named Gwenera, who dwelled in the hollow of an ancient oak. Her feathers were the color of moonlight, and her eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of the ages. Gwenera was the guardian of the forest's secrets, a custodian of stories passed down through countless generations. The hollow where she resided was a cozy sanctuary, lined with soft moss and fragrant herbs that she collected to enrich her nest. One morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of life, a young squirrel named Pippin bounded through the underbrush. His fur was the rich hue of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Pippin was known throughout the forest for his boundless energy and insatiable quest for knowledge. His days were spent exploring every nook and cranny of the forest, always eager to uncover new wonders or solve the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the forest's verdant canopy. "Good morning, Gwenera," Pippin chattered eagerly as he scampered up the oak to perch beside the wise owl. "Did you see the mist that rolled in with the dawn? It seemed to dance and shimmer like magic." Gwenera chuckled softly, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, Pippin, that is the morning mist, a gift from the spirits of the forest. It is said that on certain days, when the world is still and quiet, the mist reveals the hidden paths and secrets of our home." Pippin's eyes widened with wonder. "Hidden paths? Secrets? Will you tell me more?" The owl nodded, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Long ago, when the world was young, the forest was a place of great magic. The seasons themselves were woven into the very fabric of the land, each bringing its own enchantments. The spring awakened life, summer nurtured it with warmth, autumn celebrated with colors, and winter wrapped the world in a peaceful slumber." As Gwenera spoke, Pippin could almost see the seasons unfurling around him. He imagined the vibrant blossoms of spring, the golden sun of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and the serene, snow-draped silence of winter. "But," the owl continued, "with the magic of the seasons came a responsibility. All creatures of the forest learn to live in balance, to give and take in harmony with nature's cycles. This balance is what keeps our world thriving and beautiful." Pippin nodded, his little heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for his home. "I want to help keep the balance too, Gwenera. How can I do that?" Gwenera smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "By cherishing the gifts of the forest, Pippin, by spreading seeds as you gather your acorns, by respecting the lives that share this space with us, and by learning from the stories of those who came before." With that, Pippin scampered off, eager to explore the forest with fresh eyes and a heart filled with purpose. As the days turned to weeks, he observed the gentle dance of the seasons, each bringing its own unique magic. He watched as spring's rains nourished the earth, as summer's sun coaxed the flowers to bloom, as autumn's winds scattered leaves like confetti, and as winter's frost painted the world in silver lace. One day, while the chill of winter was just a breath upon the air, Pippin encountered an elder deer named Elara. Her coat was like woven shadows, and her eyes held a depth of experience that intrigued Pippin. Elara had seen many seasons pass and carried stories within her that were as old as the forest itself. "Why do you wander alone, young Pippin?" Elara asked, her voice a gentle rumble. "I'm learning about the balance of nature," Pippin replied, eager to share his quest. "Gwenera says it is the key to our world's harmony." Elara nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, it is. The forest is a living, breathing entity, and each of us is a thread in its endless tapestry. But remember, balance is not just in the giving. It is in understanding when to step back, when to let others lead." Pippin pondered her words, realizing that his boundless curiosity sometimes overshadowed the quiet wisdom of simply being present. He thanked Alara and continued his exploration with a newfound awareness of the subtle harmonies that surrounded him. However, one day as winter was drawing near, Pippin stumbled upon an old, forgotten path that seemed to beckon him with a whisper carried on the wind. The path was overgrown with thistles and brambles, and a feeling of ancient mystery lingered in the air. Intrigued, Pippin decided to follow the path, his heart pounding with excitement and a hint of trepidation. As he ventured deeper, the forest seemed to change around him. The air grew cooler, and the familiar sounds of the forest faded into a hushed silence. Pippin found himself in a hidden glade, where the trees stood taller and the ground was covered in a carpet of thick, soft moss. In the center of the glade stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. It was here that Pippin felt the presence of the forest spirits. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded the pool, and the air hummed with a gentle energy. Pippin realized that this was one of the hidden places Gwenera had spoken of, a sacred site where the magic of the forest was most potent. Kneeling by the pool, Pippin closed his eyes and listened to the whispers of the forest. He felt a deep connection to the land, an understanding of the delicate balance that sustained their world. In that moment, Pippin's heart was filled with a profound sense of peace and purpose. When he finally returned to the familiar parts of the forest, he carried with him the wisdom of the hidden glade, a deeper understanding of his role in the grand tapestry of life. He shared his experiences with Gwenera, who listened with a knowing smile, her heart warmed by Pippin's growth. Throughout the year, Pippin discovered that the forest was a tapestry of life, each thread interconnected with the next. He learned from the bees who buzzed industriously among the blossoms, from the deer who moved with grace and caution, and from the river that sang as it flowed over smooth stones. He also began to notice the subtle signs of the forest's health: the bright green of new growth in spring, the abundance of acorns in fall, and the clear, clean water of the streams. Eager to further contribute to the balance, Pippin began organizing gatherings of young creatures in the forest. They would meet in the afternoons in sunlit clearings or beneath the shelter of wide oak limbs to learn about the cycles of life and the importance of their roles within them. Pippin shared the lessons he had learned from Gwenera and Alara, and as he spoke, his eyes shone with the wisdom he had gained. One breezy autumn day, as leaves danced in the wind, a young fox named Talia approached Pippin after one of these gatherings. Her fur was a fiery orange, and her eyes were bright with curiosity and determination. "Pippin," she began hesitantly, "you talk about balance and harmony, but how do we deal with the changes that seem beyond our control, like the sudden storms or the harsh winters?" Pippin thought for a moment, considering her question. He realized that Talia was voicing a concern that many creatures shared. The unpredictability of nature was a part of life, but it was also a challenge they all faced together. "Change is indeed a part of our world, Talia," Pippin replied earnestly, "but it is our adaptability and our unity that help us endure. Just as the trees bend in the wind, so must we learn to adapt and support each other through the storms. It is in these times that the true strength of our community is revealed." Talia nodded, her expression thoughtful, and Pippin felt a surge of hope. He understood now that his role was not just to learn and teach, but also to inspire others to work together and support one another. In time, Pippin became known not just for his curiosity, but for his understanding and respect for the balance of nature. Under the watchful guidance of Gwenera and the collective wisdom of the forest, he grew into a creature of wisdom himself, passing on his knowledge to others with the same gentle kindness he had learned. As the forest thrived, Pippin's gatherings became a beloved custom, where creatures of all kinds came to share stories, learn, and celebrate their interconnected lives. One particularly cold winter, the gatherings became crucial. A harsh frost threatened the forest, cutting off access to some of the usual food sources. Remembering Talia's question, Pippin proposed a plan that involved sharing their stored supplies and working together to forage for hidden food sources. The forest creatures bonded over shared meals and songs, their unity a beacon of warmth against the cold. Through this challenging time, Pippin came to understand the resilience that lay within their community. The forest, once only a place of exploration, had become a haven of support and connection, proving that the true magic of their world lay not just in its beauty, but in its shared spirit. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, a sanctuary of peace and magic, where the hidden lives of its creatures flourished in harmony. The wisdom of the ages was passed down, like a song carried on the wind, ensuring that the delicate dance of life would endure for generations to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, the forest settled into the embrace of dusk. The gentle glow of fireflies flickered in the gathering twilight, and a serene silence enveloped the woods. The creatures of the forest knew that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature intertwined in a timeless embrace. And somewhere, high in the ancient oak, Gwenera watched over her beloved forest, her heart filled with peace, knowing that the wisdom of the past would guide the footsteps of the future. The secrets of the forest were safe, whispered only to those who listened with open hearts and minds, ensuring that the magic of their world would never fade. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the moonlight spilled like silver whispers across the forest floor, there lay a village named Willow Hollow. This village was known for its serene beauty and the gentle magic that seemed to hang in the air like the mist that rose each morning from the babbling brook. The villagers of Willow Hollow lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by gardens bursting with colorful flowers that danced softly in the breeze. They were a peaceful folk, often gathering under the great oak in the village square to share tales and laughter under the starlit sky. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, something peculiar began to occur. Small, twinkling lights appeared to flit around the village, darting here and there with a merry glow. At first, the villagers thought them to be fireflies, but these lights were different, brighter, and with a playful spirit that seemed almost sentient. The wise elder of the village, a gentle man named Thaddeus, with eyes like the deep forest and hair as white as snow, watched these lights with curiosity. He gathered the villagers around and suggested they observe the lights closely, but with kindness, for magic was known to be sensitive to human emotions. As the nights passed, the lights became more active, creating patterns in the sky and leading the villagers to places they had never explored before, hidden glades and secret clearings where ancient trees whispered secrets long forgotten. The villagers, intrigued and slightly bewildered, wondered what message these lights were trying to convey. One night, Thaddeus decided to consult the village's resident sage, a wise and gentle owl named Hoot. Hoot lived high in the branches of the grand oak and was known for his wisdom and keen insight. As Thaddeus approached, Hoot blinked his large golden eyes and greeted him warmly. "What brings you to my perch, dear Thaddeus?" Hoot inquired, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. Thaddeus explained the situation, describing the mysterious lights and their curious behavior. Hoot listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he considered the matter. "Ah, these lights are the luminous sprites," Hoot explained. "They are gentle spirits of the forest, known to appear when something is amiss in their realm. They seek help from those who dwell near." Thaddeus thanked Hoot and returned to the village, where the villagers had gathered once more. He shared what he had learned, and together they decided to follow the luminous sprites, trusting in the wisdom of the forest and its magical inhabitants. The following evening, as the luminous sprites appeared, the villagers followed them, moving quietly and respectfully through the forest. The lights led them deeper into the woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with moss. After some time, the villagers arrived at a small clearing they had never seen before. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted and ancient, its branches reaching for the stars. But the tree seemed weary, its leaves dull and its bark dry. The luminous sprites danced around the tree, their light casting a gentle glow upon its boughs. Thaddeus stepped forward, understanding that this was the heart of the matter. The tree, ancient and wise, was in need of care. With the help of the villagers, Thaddeus set about tending to the tree. They sang songs of renewal and growth, songs that had been passed down through generations. They brought water from the brook and gently bathed its roots, whispering words of encouragement and love. As the night wore on, the tree began to respond. Its leaves shimmered with a new vitality, and its bark regained its rich, warm hue. The luminous sprites danced more fervently, their lights twinkling with joy as they circled the tree. By dawn, the tree stood tall and proud, its branches stretching wide as if in gratitude. The villagers, weary but content, watched as the luminous sprites slowly faded with the morning light, their mission complete. From that day on, the tree became a place of gathering and reflection for the villagers. It was said that if one listened closely, they could hear the whispers of the luminous sprites and the gentle heartbeat of the forest in its branches. The strange occurrences had been explained, the mystery resolved not through confrontation or conflict, but through kindness and cooperation. The village of Willow Hollow continued to thrive, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the whispering woods, where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, as the gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves, the villagers of Willow Hollow drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that their world was one of harmony and enchantment. Story 7? Here is an enchanting bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, in a cozy forest cottage nestled among towering pines, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow loved the quiet beauty of the woods, but she struggled with the inevitable changes each season brought. As summer's warmth faded to autumn's crispness, Willow felt a pang of sadness watching the leaves turn brilliant shades of red and gold before drifting away. Though her friend Oak, a wise old tree, assured her the cycle was natural and necessary for renewal, Willow found it hard to embrace the loss of what she loved. One crisp October evening, just as the final russet leaves detached from the branches, Willow was walking home when something caught her eye, a solitary chrysalis hanging from a twig, its jade-green exterior glistening with dew. Willow had seen them before, but this one seemed different, almost magical. She peered closer and gasped as the chrysalis began to shimmer and pulse with gentle golden light. Willow watched, entranced, as it stretched and transformed until finally a beautiful swallowtail butterfly emerged. The butterfly flexed its magnificent wings a few times before gracefully taking flight, soaring up through the canopy on warm updrafts. As Willow followed the butterfly's path into the twilit sky, she noticed something incredible. With every powerful flap of its wings, vibrant wildflowers bloomed in its wake, their petals unfurling in brilliant reds, golds, and purples. It was as if the butterfly's metamorphosis was rippling out into the world, infusing the landscape with new life and beauty. That night, Willow shared her wondrous experience with Oak. The tree listened patiently, its bark crinkling with a warm smile. "You see, Willow," Oak said, "the butterfly was not becoming something new, but rather revealing its true self, which was inside that chrysalis all along. Like the butterfly, you too will change and grow in marvelous ways. Have faith in the magic of your own transformation." From that night on, Willow embraced each season with a newfound sense of wonder and excitement for what was to come. When winter blanketed the forest in glistening snow, she built whimsical snow people with her friends Otter and Chickadee. As spring's gentle rains revived the slumbering earth, she marveled at each courageous bulb pushing through the soil. And when summer arrived in all its verdant splendor, Willow ran joyfully through sunny meadows, grateful for the eternal cycle of change that breathed magic into the world. No longer was she afraid to spread her wings and grow, for she knew her own brilliant transformation was unfolding in sublime harmony with the rhythms of nature. In every glow of a firefly, every butterfly riding warm thermals, every dragonfly alighting on a sunlit stream, Willow recognized the eternal dance of life's renewal and her own limitless potential shimmering within it. Story 8. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 9. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the enchanted glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears. A song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow, and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Story 10. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a gentle creature named Thistle. Thistle was a small, unassuming rabbit with fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes that twinkled like stars reflected on a midnight pond. Despite his charming appearance, Thistle harbored a secret fear. He was terrified of change. The forest was Thistle's entire world, and he knew every nook and cranny of it. He loved the way the morning dew glistened on the leaves, the scent of wild jasmine that floated on the breeze, and the comforting rustle of leaves that sang him to sleep each night. But as the seasons shifted, Thistle felt a stirring in the air, a quiet insistence that change was afoot. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Thistle noticed something odd. The vibrant green leaves were turning shades of gold and crimson. The change frightened him. What if everything he knew and loved disappeared with the falling leaves? As he hopped along his favorite path, Thistle met his dear friend, Hazel the squirrel. Hazel was busy gathering acorns, her bushy tail bouncing cheerfully behind her. Seeing Thistle's worried face, she paused and offered him a warm smile. "Why so glum, Thistle?" she asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Thistle sighed, settling on a patch of soft moss beside her. "The leaves are changing, Hazel. I'm afraid of what else might change." Hazel chuckled softly, offering him an acorn. "Change is the forest's way of growing, Thistle. Remember, even the tallest oak was once a tiny acorn." Thistle pondered Hazel's words, feeling a glimmer of hope. Yet the fear of the unknown still tugged at his heart. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Thistle found himself at the edge of the whispering pond. The surface of the water shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting the fiery hues of the sky. It was here that Thistle first encountered a peculiar creature known as Wisp the dragonfly. Wisp flitted gracefully above the pond, her wings catching the last rays of sunlight. She noticed Thistle and hovered closer, her delicate wings humming a gentle melody. "Why do you look so troubled, little one?" she asked, her voice a gentle breeze. Thistle explained his fear of change, of losing the familiar comforts of his world. Wisp listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is like the pond," she said, gesturing to the water. "At times it is still and reflective, and at others it ripples and dances with the wind. Both are beautiful in their own way." Intrigued, Thistle gazed into the pond, watching as a gentle ripple transformed the reflection of the sky into a marvelous dance of colors. In that moment, he understood that change could create beauty, just as the ripples enhanced the pond's reflection. Encouraged by Wisp's wisdom, Thistle decided to embrace the changes around him. With Hazel and Wisp by his side, he ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. Together, they discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in hues he had never imagined, and they danced beneath the stars, learning the songs of the night creatures. As the days turned to weeks, Thistle found himself growing more confident and content. With each new experience, his fear of change diminished, replaced by a sense of wonder and excitement for the unknown. One morning, as the first snowflakes drifted from the sky, Thistle realized that the forest was not just a place of comfort, but a vast, magical realm full of endless possibilities. The snow blanketed the ground in a silvery hush, transforming the familiar landscape into a winter wonderland. Thistle marveled at the way the world could change so completely, yet remain so profoundly beautiful. In the heart of winter, Thistle gathered his friends around a cozy burrow, the air filled with the scent of pine and the crackling of a warm fire. As they snuggled together, Thistle shared his newfound understanding. "Change is not something to fear," he said softly, his heart full of gratitude. "It's a chance to discover the magic within ourselves and the world." His friends nodded in agreement, their eyes bright with warmth and love. Together, they watched the snow fall gently outside, each flake a promise of new beginnings. And so, in the heart of the forest, Thistle learned to embrace change, finding comfort in the knowledge that with each transformation came a deeper understanding of the magic that lay within and around him. Surrounded by friends and the ever-changing beauty of the forest, he felt at peace, ready to face whatever wonders the future might hold. Story 11? Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. Clara was known for her kind heart and her deep love for the simple joys of life. She spent her days tending to her small garden, where vibrant flowers and fragrant herbs grew in harmonious abundance. Her evenings were often spent by the hearth, sipping on herbal tea as the soothing crackle of the fire lulled her into peaceful reveries. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced their way down from the trees, Clara decided to take a leisurely stroll through the forest. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot was like a calming melody. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came across a small, unassuming glade. In the center of the glade stood an old, weathered oak tree, its bark etched with the passage of time. To Clara's surprise, nestled at the base of the tree was a peculiar, shimmering object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate designs that seemed to glow with a gentle luminescence. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and carefully picked up the box. It felt surprisingly warm to her touch, as if it held a secret warmth of its own. As she opened the lid, a soft, enchanting melody began to play. The tune was unlike anything Clara had ever heard, and it filled her heart with a sense of wonder and tranquility. Inside the box, she found a single, iridescent feather that glimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. It was then that Clara realized this was no ordinary box, but a magical item brimming with mystery. With the feather in her hand, Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if beckoning her to embark on a journey. She knew deep within her soul that this was a call to adventure, a chance to discover something beyond the ordinary. With a sense of excitement and a touch of trepidation, Clara set off into the forest, guided by the feather's soft glow. As she ventured further, Clara encountered a variety of woodland creatures who seemed to sense the magic she carried. First, she met Oliver, the wise old owl, perched high in a tree. "Ah, the feather of whispers," Oliver hooted softly, his eyes twinkling with knowing. "It is said to reveal the hidden truths within one's heart. Listen closely, dear Clara, and it will guide you." With Oliver's words echoing in her mind, Clara continued her journey, feeling more determined than ever. Next, she stumbled upon a gentle deer named Luna, her eyes kind and understanding. "Follow the path of light," Luna advised, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Trust in yourself, for the journey is as much within as it is without." As dusk fell, Clara found herself at the edge of a serene, moonlit lake. The water shimmered like a sea of stars, and the reflection of the moon cast a silvery glow upon the surface. It was here that Clara encountered her greatest challenge, a reflection of herself, shimmering in the water, yet somehow different. This other Clara seemed to carry the weight of doubt and fear, shadows that Clara herself had long tried to ignore. In that moment, Clara understood the true nature of her journey. The feather of whispers had led her not to a distant land, but to the depths of her own heart. She realized that the challenge she faced was not one of strength, but of understanding and acceptance. Clara smiled gently at her reflection, acknowledging her own imperfections with kindness and compassion. As she did so, the magical feather glowed brighter, and the reflection in the lake shifted, merging into one harmonious image. Clara felt a sense of peace envelop her, a warmth that radiated from within. She knew now that her journey had been one of self-discovery, a path to embracing her true self. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara turned back towards Willowbrook, the feather of whispers safely tucked away in her pocket. As she walked beneath the starlit sky, she carried with her a newfound sense of wonder and contentment. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a beloved friend, its secrets woven into the very fabric of her being. When Clara returned home, she placed the magical box on the mantelpiece, where it would serve as a gentle reminder of her journey. And each time she heard the soft melody play, she would smile, knowing that the greatest magic of all lay not in the extraordinary, but in the gentle embrace of self-love and understanding. And so, as the stars twinkled above, and the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, Clara's heart was light, and her dreams were filled with the whispers of the magical feather, guiding her always towards the light within. Story 12. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was perpetually laced with the sweet fragrance of pine and the whisper of the wind shared secrets of old, there existed a magical realm unseen by most. This was a place where the natural world and the mystical intertwined seamlessly, like the soft weaving of a spider's silk in the early morning dew. Here, the creatures of the forest lived not just in harmony with each other, but with the very essence of the earth itself. At the center of this enchanted forest stood a grand oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled with the passage of time, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its wide canopy, a gentle, perpetual twilight reigned, offering a serene shelter for the creatures who called this place home. The tree was known as the Eldertree, a living testament to the wisdom of the ages, its roots whispering stories of the world to those who cared to listen. In this haven lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, his shell a mosaic of earthy colors that mirrored the forest floor. Thistle was the keeper of tales, a storyteller who gathered the young creatures of the forest around him to impart the lessons of balance and harmony. His voice was calm and steady, like the gentle flow of a creek, and he spoke of the cycles of the seasons, the dance of the sun and the moon, and the importance of living in harmony with the land. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves were turning shades of amber and gold, and the air was filled with the musky scent of fallen leaves, Thistle gathered his young audience beneath the elder tree. Among them was a curious squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes twinkled with mischief and wonder, and a thoughtful young deer called Luna, whose gentle nature mirrored the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. As they settled down, Thistle began his story, his voice weaving through the air like the gentle hum of bees in spring. Once in a time not so different from now, he began, the forest faced a great challenge. The seasons had begun to falter, and the balance that kept our world thriving was threatened. The summer lingered too long, the rains were sparse, and the forest began to wither. The creatures leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. It was then that the guardians of the forest, wise and ancient beings, came together to restore harmony. Among them was a clever fox named Sable, whose coat shimmered like the last rays of the sun. Sable, with her keen eyes and sharp mind, understood that the balance of the forest lay in the hands of its inhabitants. Thistle spoke of how Sable ventured to the heart of the forest, where the magic of the seasons was strongest. There she found the spirit of the seasons, a gentle being whose presence was like the first snowfall or the blooming of spring flowers. The spirit was weary, burdened by the imbalance that had taken hold. But Sable, with her cleverness and compassion, offered a solution, Thistle continued, his tone imbued with warmth and reverence. She proposed that the creatures of the forest come together to share their gifts with the spirit, to remind it of the harmony and beauty that existed when all worked as one. The young creatures listened in awe as Thistle described how the forest's inhabitants, from the smallest ant to the mightiest bear, each contributed something unique. The bees shared their golden honey, the birds sang songs of the morning light, and even the wind lent its gentle caress. Together, their offerings wove a tapestry of unity and love, restoring the spirit's strength and renewing the cycle of the seasons. And so, Thistle concluded, his eyes twinkling with the reflection of the setting sun, through wisdom and friendship, the forest found its balance once more. The seasons turned as they should, and life flourished in a dance as old as time itself. As the story ended, a peaceful silence enveloped the gathering. The young creatures rested against the rough bark of the elder tree, their hearts full of the tale's gentle wisdom. Pippin, the curious squirrel, looked up at Thistle with newfound understanding, realizing the power of community and the simple truth that they were all part of something much greater. Luna, the young deer, nuzzled closer to her friends, comforted by the knowledge that even the smallest creature had a role to play in the grand scheme of things. The forest around them seemed to hum with life, the very air vibrating with a sense of belonging and peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the forest floor, Thistle watched over his charges with a tender smile. The forest was alive with the sounds of evening. The soft hoot of an owl, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant melodic croak of frogs by the stream. In this place of timeless beauty and quiet magic, the creatures of the forest rested, knowing that they were part of an unbroken circle of life, one that would continue to turn with the seasons, held together by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of those who came before. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest dreamt on, cradled in the gentle embrace of nature's eternal harmony. Story 13. In a secluded corner of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed with the songs of time and the air danced with glittering motes of magic, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was nestled beside a gentle brook that meandered through fields of lavender and wild thyme, filling the air with a sweet, calming fragrance. The villagers of Willowbrook were a kindly folk, living harmoniously alongside the magical creatures that called the woods their home. One golden autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold in Willowbrook. It started with the village's most beloved landmark, the great oak, a magnificent tree believed to be as old as the woods themselves. The villagers often gathered beneath its sprawling branches for celebrations and storytelling. But now the great oak was behaving strangely. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find its leaves shimmering in peculiar colors, brilliant blues, shimmering silvers, and fiery reds, none of which belonged to the season. At night, soft whispers floated through the air, as if the tree itself was trying to communicate. Concerned but intrigued, the villagers gathered in the village square to discuss these odd occurrences. Among them was a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. With her golden hair tied back in a neat braid, and her eyes sparkling with determination, Lyra was known for her keen observation and gentle heart. She had a special bond with the creatures of the woods, often seen conversing with birds and befriending the woodland sprites. Determined to uncover the mystery of the great oak, Lyra decided to seek the wisdom of the village's elder, old Merrick. Merrick was a sage with hair as white as the winter snow and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons. He lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods, surrounded by herbs and ancient tomes that whispered secrets of the magical world. As Lyra approached the cottage, she could smell the comforting aroma of chamomile and honey wafting through the open window. Inside, old Merrick was seated by the hearth, his gnarled hands gently turning the pages of a weathered book. "Ah, Lyra," he greeted, his voice warm and welcoming as the fire crackling in the hearth. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine evening?" Lyra explained the strange happenings with the great oak, her voice a mixture of excitement and concern. Old Merrick listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. He mused, stroking his beard. "The great oak is indeed a guardian of secrets. Perhaps it is trying to tell us something. We must listen carefully." With Merrick's guidance, Lyra learned to attune her senses to the whispers of the great oak. That night she sat beneath its branches, her heart open and her mind attentive. As the moon bathed the world in its silvery glow, a gentle rustling began, and the whispers grew clearer. Guided by Merrick's teachings, Lyra deciphered the whispers. The great oak spoke of a hidden realm within its roots, a sanctuary for magical creatures seeking refuge and rest. But something was amiss, a disturbance in the balance that needed mending. The next morning, Lyra shared her findings with old Merrick. Together, they decided to seek the help of the woodland creatures, who were known for their wisdom and insight. With the village's blessing, Lyra ventured into the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was thick with enchantment and the light danced between the trees. There, she met with Finn, a wise fox with fur like burnt sienna and eyes that twinkled with mischief and knowledge. Finn had long been a friend to the villagers, often guiding lost travelers back to safety. "Ah, Lyra," Finn greeted, his voice as smooth as silk. "I've heard of the great oak's dilemma. It seems our realm is indeed in need of balance." Finn explained that a rare flower known as the moonflower, which bloomed only under the light of the full moon, had been wilting. This flower was crucial to the harmony of the magical creature's realm. Without it, their sanctuary would fade. Determined to help, Lyra and Finn set off on a journey to find the moonflower. They were joined by a gentle sprite named Lila, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells and whose wings shimmered like the morning dew. The trio traveled through the woods, guided by the light of the moon and the songs of nightingales. They crossed babbling brooks and traversed fields aglow with fireflies, their path illuminated by nature's luminescent wonders. Finally, they reached a secluded glen where the moonflower grew, its petals closed tightly. Lyra, with her gentle touch and kind heart, knelt beside it. As she sang a soft lullaby taught by her grandmother, the flower began to unfurl, revealing its radiant bloom to the night. With care, Lyra collected the essence of the moonflower, cradling it in a crystal vial. They returned to the great oak where old Merrick awaited them, a look of pride in his wise eyes. Together, they sprinkled the essence around the great oak's roots. As the first light of dawn touched the land, the tree's leaves returned to their natural autumn hues, and the whispers transformed into a gentle hum of contentment. The magical realm within the great oak's roots was restored, and balance was once again achieved. The villagers, grateful for Lyra's bravery and wisdom, celebrated with a feast beneath the tree's boughs, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. As the stars twinkled above, Lyra sat beside old Merrick, feeling the warmth of friendship and accomplishment. The lesson was clear. Through kindness, observation, and collaboration, even the greatest mysteries could be solved. In the days that followed, the villagers spoke of the night the great oak sang its secrets, and of the young girl whose heart was as bright as the moon. And as Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamed of new adventures, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and a gentle spirit. And so the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic lingered in every leaf, and kindness was the strongest enchantment of all. Story 14. In the quaint village of Eldertree, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed a small cottage that seemed to be dusted with the essence of dreams. The inhabitants of this cottage were two siblings, Aidan and Lyra, who shared a bond as deep as the roots of the ancient oak that stood sentinel at the heart of their garden. Their lives were woven with the threads of wonder and curiosity, for they were the keepers of a secret known only to them, and the gentle breeze that sang through the leaves. One chilly autumn evening, with a golden sunset painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the siblings sat by the hearth, where the crackling fire danced merrily. The flames cast a warm glow upon their faces, and the aroma of cinnamon and cloves from their mother's spiced cider filled the air, wrapping them in comfort. Lyra, the younger of the two, with her eyes as bright as the morning dew, leaned closer to her brother. "Aidan," she whispered, "do you think tonight will be the night?" Aidan, whose thoughtful gaze mirrored the deep greens of the woodland, nodded with a soft smile. "I feel it in my bones, Lyra. Tonight we shall embark on our adventure." He reached into the pocket of his woolen coat and retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden key, its surface worn smooth by time and touch. "The key of whispers," he murmured, holding it up to the flickering light. This key, discovered by the siblings during one of their many explorations of the attic, was no ordinary key. It held the power to unlock a hidden world, a realm of magic and mystery that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The children had stumbled upon this secret one stormy night, when the wind howled like a wild beast and the rain drummed a relentless tattoo on the rooftop. In the attic, amidst forgotten treasures and dusty relics, the key had called to them, resonating with a gentle hum that only they could hear. With their hearts full of anticipation, Aidan and Lyra donned their cloaks, the fabric rustling softly as they moved. They stepped into the crisp night, where the stars glittered like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. The path to the hidden world was known only to them, a series of steps traced by moonlight and memory. As they walked, the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, grounding them in the reality of their world, even as they prepared to step into another. Their journey led them to the heart of the whispering woods, where an ancient door lay concealed beneath the gnarled roots of a tree older than memory. Aidan knelt, brushing aside the fallen leaves to reveal the lock, its design echoing the contours of the key he held. With a steady hand, he inserted the key, and a soft click echoed through the silence, a sound like a sigh of relief as the door swung open to reveal a shimmering portal. Hand in hand, the siblings stepped through, their surroundings blurring momentarily before resolving into a landscape of breathtaking beauty. They found themselves in the glade of echoes, a hidden world where time danced to its own rhythm and magic wove through every blade of grass and drop of dew. Here, the air was perfumed with the scent of lilacs, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing symphony. In this enchanted realm, the siblings were not alone. Creatures of every shape and size roamed freely, from the graceful deer with antlers like spun silver to the mischievous sprites that flitted about like sparks of light. It was a world where trees whispered secrets and the sky seemed to hold 1,000 rainbows at once. Yet amidst this splendor, one creature drew the children's attention above all others. His name was Eldwin, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered with the colors of the twilight sky. Perched upon a low-hanging branch, Eldwin regarded the siblings with eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. "Welcome back, young adventurers," he hooted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to our realm tonight?" Lyra, ever eager, spoke first. "We seek the Starstone, Eldwin. We wish to see its light and understand its power." Eldwin tilted his head, considering their request. "The Starstone is a rare and wondrous thing, a gem that holds the light of the stars within. But to find it you must journey to the Crystal Cavern, where shadows dance and echoes sing." Aiden nodded, understanding the gravity of their quest. "We are ready, Eldwin. We will face whatever challenges lie ahead." The owl spread his wings, motioning for them to follow. "Very well, young ones. I shall guide you as far as the edge of the glade. Beyond that, you must rely on your wits and your bond." With Eldwin leading the way, the siblings traversed the glade, their footsteps silent on the mossy ground. The path was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, and the creatures of the forest watched with curious eyes as they passed. At the edge of the glade, where the trees grew denser and the light more elusive, Eldwin paused. "Here is where I leave you," he said, his voice a gentle echo in the night. "Remember, the strongest magic is the one that dwells within you. Trust in yourselves and in each other." With a final nod, Eldwin took to the sky, his wings casting a shadow that danced briefly before vanishing into the night. Aiden and Lyra stood at the threshold of the unknown, their hearts beating in unison as they stepped forward, the forest closing around them like a cloak of night. The path to the Crystal Cavern was fraught with challenges, each one a test of their courage and ingenuity. The forest seemed to shift and change, as if alive with its own thoughts and whims. At times the trees leaned closer, their branches whispering riddles that the siblings had to solve to continue. At other moments the path split into several trails, each one a potential route to their destination, and they had to rely on their instincts and their trust in one another to choose the right one. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the siblings encountered a river that sparkled under the moonlight, its waters as clear as glass. The only way across was an old stone bridge, its surface slick with moss and time. As they stepped onto it, the bridge began to sway gently, testing their balance and resolve. "Remember what Eldwin said," Aiden reminded his sister, his voice calm and steady. "Trust in ourselves." Lyra nodded, focusing on the firm grip of her brother's hand. Together, they moved in harmony, their steps in sync as they crossed the bridge, the river singing beneath them like a guardian spirit. Once on the other side, the forest opened into a clearing, where the entrance to the Crystal Cavern awaited them. The cave's mouth was a dark archway, shadowed and mysterious, yet inviting in its promise of wonder. The air was cooler here, carrying with it a hint of the earth's deep secrets. With a lantern held high, Aiden led the way into the cavern, the light casting playful shadows on the walls. The siblings marveled at the sight that greeted them within. The cavern was a cathedral of nature, its walls adorned with crystals that glimmered like stars in the sky. Each step they took produced a melodic echo, a symphony of sound that resonated with the beat of their hearts. In the heart of the cavern lay the Starstone, cradled within a pool of water, so still it mirrored the ceiling above. The gem was unlike anything they had ever seen, a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to shift and change with each breath. It was as if the essence of the universe was captured within its facets, a beacon of hope and possibility. Aiden and Lyra approached with reverence, their reflections mingling with the stone's light. As they knelt by the pool, a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves filled the air. It was neither male nor female, but a harmonious blend of both, like the whisper of time itself. "You have journeyed far, young ones," the voice intoned. "The Starstone is a gift, but also a responsibility. It holds the power to illuminate the darkest paths, yet it must be used with wisdom and care." Lyra, her heart full of wonder, asked, "What must we do to earn the Starstone's light?" The voice echoed gently, The light of the Starstone will shine for those who seek truth and kindness, who cherish the bonds of love and friendship. You have already proven yourselves worthy by your journey and your hearts." As the voice faded, the Starstone began to glow with a gentle radiance, its light spilling forth to envelop the siblings in a warm embrace. The cavern filled with a peaceful luminescence, and in that moment, Aiden and Lyra felt a profound sense of connection to each other, to the world, and to the mysteries that lay beyond. With the Starstone in their possession, the siblings retraced their steps, their path now illuminated by its gentle glow. The challenges they had faced seemed lighter, their fears dispelled by the understanding they had gained. When they emerged from the forest, the first light of dawn was painting the horizon in soft pastels. The village of Elderglen lay before them, bathed in the promise of a new day. Aiden and Lyra knew that their adventure had changed them in ways they were only beginning to understand. They carried with them the light of the Starstone, not just as a source of illumination, but as a symbol of the power of hope, friendship, and the endless possibilities that awaited them. Back at the cottage, their parents welcomed them with open arms, their eyes shining with love and pride. The siblings shared their tale, the warmth of the hearth wrapping around them like a cherished memory. As they spoke, the Starstone sat upon the mantle, a silent guardian of their dreams. With the day drawing to a close, Aiden and Lyra settled into bed, their hearts full and content. The lessons of their journey lingered in their minds, a gentle reminder of the magic that dwells within and around them. As they drifted into slumber, the Starstone's light continued to glow softly, a beacon of hope, guiding them into a world of dreams where anything was possible. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the siblings slept, their spirits entwined with the magic of the night, comforted by the knowledge that they were never truly alone. And in their dreams they danced among the stars, hand in hand, exploring the wonders of the universe together, forever guided by the light of the Starstone and the strength of their bond. Story 15. The Whispering Woods and the Luminescent Leaf. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire sea, lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village, though small, was brimming with life and laughter, its cobblestone streets echoing with the cheerful chatter of children and the gentle patter of feet. But most enchanting of all was the forest that bordered the village, a forest known to all as the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods was no ordinary forest. With towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and leaves that shimmered in the moonlight as if sprinkled with stardust, it was a place of wonder and mystery. Villagers often spoke of strange yet delightful occurrences within its depths, a gentle breeze that carried with it the soft murmur of voices, and paths that seemed to shift and change, leading those who entered on unexpected journeys. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as vast as the ocean, and a curiosity that knew no bounds. His days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, always on the lookout for a new adventure. But what intrigued Finn most was the Whispering Woods. Tales of its wonders filled his head with dreams, and his heart with a yearning to uncover its secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and pink, Finn set out toward the Whispering Woods. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He had heard the stories, of paths that twisted and turned, of shadows that danced and swayed, and of the whispering voices that guided the lost. But Finn was not afraid. He believed that the woods held something special, something meant just for him. As Finn crossed the threshold into the forest, he was enveloped by a serene stillness. The world outside seemed to fade away, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of a distant brook. The path beneath his feet was carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves, each step releasing a satisfying crunch that echoed in the quiet air. Finn wandered deeper into the woods, his eyes wide with wonder. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their cheerful songs weaving a melody that filled the air. Finn marveled at the beauty around him, feeling as if he had stepped into a world untouched by time. After a while, Finn came upon a clearing. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark a silvery white and its leaves a brilliant emerald green. But most captivating was a single leaf that glowed with a soft, luminescent light, as if it held a fragment of the moon itself. Finn approached the tree, his heart pounding with a mixture of awe and anticipation. As he reached out to touch the luminescent leaf, a gentle voice filled the air, as soft and melodious as a summer breeze. "Welcome, young one," the voice whispered. "You have journeyed far to find me." Startled, Finn looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied, its tone warm and kind. "And you, dear Finn, have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" Finn asked, his curiosity piqued. "For a journey of discovery," the spirit replied. "A journey that will change not only your life but the lives of those around you. The luminescent leaf holds a magic unlike any other. It can reveal the hidden wonders of the world and guide you when you are lost. But remember, true magic lies not in the leaf, but in the heart of the one who wields it." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with excitement and purpose. "What must I do?" he asked eagerly. "Follow the path that your heart chooses," the spirit answered. "Trust in yourself and in the friends you will meet along the way. Together you will uncover the mysteries of the whispering woods and beyond." With these words, the luminescent leaf gently detached from the tree and floated into Finn's outstretched hand. It felt warm and comforting, and Finn knew that his journey had truly begun. As Finn turned to leave the clearing, he felt a sense of peace and determination wash over him. He knew that the path ahead would be filled with challenges and surprises, but he was ready. With the luminescent leaf as his guide, and the spirit of the whispering woods watching over him, Finn set off on a journey that would lead him to places he had only dreamed of. Days turned into weeks as Finn traveled through the whispering woods, the luminescent leaf lighting his way. The forest, with its ever-changing paths and enchanting sights, was a constant source of wonder. Finn encountered animals who spoke in riddles and flowers that sang sweet lullabies. Each encounter taught him something new, deepening his understanding of the world and his place in it. One day, Finn came upon a babbling brook. Its waters sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight, and the sound of its gentle flow was like music to his ears. As he knelt by the water's edge, he noticed a small creature struggling against the current. It was a tiny mouse, its fur damp and its eyes wide with fear. Without hesitation, Finn reached into the water and gently scooped the mouse into his hand. There, he murmured soothingly. "You're safe now." The mouse looked up at Finn with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you," it squeaked. "I was sure I would be swept away." Finn smiled and set the mouse down on the bank, where it shook itself dry. "What were you doing in the water?" he asked. "I was trying to reach the other side," the mouse replied. "There's something I must find, something that will help my family." But the current was too strong. "I can help you," Finn offered. "With the luminescent leaf, we can find a safer way across." The mouse's eyes widened with awe as it gazed at the glowing leaf in Finn's hand. "You have been chosen," it said reverently. "The spirit of the whispering woods must have great faith in you." Finn felt a warm glow of pride at the mouse's words. "Let's find your way across," he said with determination. Together, they followed the brook upstream, the luminescent leaf casting a gentle light that revealed stepping stones hidden beneath the water's surface. With Finn's guidance, the mouse was able to hop from stone to stone, reaching the opposite bank with ease. "Thank you, Finn," the mouse squeaked, its voice filled with gratitude. "You have not only saved me but my family as well." "It was my pleasure," Finn replied with a smile. "I'm glad I could help." As the mouse scurried off into the underbrush, Finn felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. He had made a new friend and learned the true power of the luminescent leaf. It was not merely a tool to light his way, but a symbol of the kindness and compassion that dwelled within his heart. With renewed vigor, Finn continued his journey, the luminescent leaf guiding him through the whispering woods. Each day brought new discoveries and new friends, an owl who taught him the wisdom of patience, a fox who showed him the strength and agility, and a deer who revealed the beauty of stillness. As Finn traveled, he began to understand the true meaning of the spirit's words. The magic of the luminescent leaf was not just in its glow, but in the connections it helped forge, the friendships it nurtured, and the lessons it imparted. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Finn found himself at the edge of the whispering woods. Before him stretched a vast meadow, its grasses swaying gently in the evening breeze. In the distance, the village of Willowbrook lay nestled among the hills, its lights twinkling like stars. Finn paused, taking in the beauty of the scene. He realized that his journey had brought him full circle, returning him to the village he called home. But he was not the same boy who had set out all those weeks ago. He had grown, not only in knowledge and strength, but in understanding and compassion. As he walked toward the village, the luminescent leaf glowing softly in his hand, Finn felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. He knew that his journey was not over, that there were still mysteries to uncover and friends to meet, but he also knew that he was ready, that he had the courage and wisdom to face whatever lay ahead. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit full of wonder, Finn returned to Willowbrook, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with him, guiding him on the path of discovery and friendship. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky and the gentle hum of the village surrounded him, Finn felt a sense of belonging and purpose. He knew that the luminescent leaf was more than just a magical object. It was a reminder of the power of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And with that knowledge, Finn drifted off to sleep, the luminescent leaf resting beside him, its gentle glow a comforting presence in the darkness. In the days that followed, the story of Finn and the luminescent leaf spread throughout Willowbrook. It became a tale of hope and wonder, inspiring others to seek out the magic in their own lives and to cherish the friendships that made life so rich and fulfilling. The Whispering Woods, with its ever-changing paths and enchanting secrets, remained a place of mystery and wonder. And though many sought out the luminescent leaf, it was said that it would only reveal itself to those with hearts as open and kind as Finn's. And so, the story of Finn and the Whispering Woods became a cherished legend, passed down from generation to generation, a reminder of the magic that lay within each of us and the power of friendship to light the way. And in the quiet moments, when the night was still and the stars shone brightly above, the gentle whispers of the forest could still be heard, a soothing melody that carried with it the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 16. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle folds of the misty vale, there existed a village called Eldergrove. It was a quaint and quiet place, where the air was forever filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves. Eldergrove was surrounded by the Whispering Woods, a forest so ancient and vast that it seemed to cradle the very essence of time itself. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, his eyes always wide with wonder at the world around him. He had a gentle heart and a penchant for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Yet Finn harbored a secret. He could hear the whispers of the forest. On quiet nights, when the moon hung low and the stars shimmered like scattered jewels, the trees would speak to him in soft, rustling voices, sharing secrets that only the woods knew. The villagers of Eldergrove often spoke of a magical object hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, a silver leaf that could grant one wish to whoever found it. Many had ventured into the forest searching for the leaf, but none had ever returned with it. Some said it was a myth. Others believed it was guarded by the forest itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Finn felt a pull in his heart, a gentle urging from the whispers that danced around him. He decided it was time to embark on a journey to find the silver leaf. His heart thudded with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as he stepped into the shadowy embrace of the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with color, a tapestry of russet and gold, with leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Finn walked, the whispers grew clearer, guiding him deeper into the heart of the woods. Along the way, Finn met a peculiar creature. a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox, who introduced herself as Lyra, had a warm and friendly demeanor. She had heard of Finn's gift and wanted to accompany him on his quest. Finn welcomed the company, grateful for a friend in the vastness of the forest. As they journeyed on, the forest revealed its wonders to them. They saw streams that shimmered like liquid silver, and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the breeze, their colors a symphony of nature's finest hues. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming honeysuckle. Finn and Lyra faced challenges along their path. They crossed a rickety bridge over a yawning chasm and navigated through a dense thicket of brambles. Each time they stumbled, they helped one another up, their friendship growing stronger with each step. Finn's heart swelled with gratitude for Lyra's companionship, her presence a beacon of warmth in the forest's vastness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of pink and orange, they arrived at a grove. It was a place unlike any other, where the air seemed to hum with magic. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens, and there, nestled among its leaves, glimmered the silver leaf. Finn's heart soared with joy, yet a gentle voice in the back of his mind urged caution. As he reached for the leaf, the whispers of the forest grew louder, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. "Be wise, young one," they seemed to say. "The leaf grants but one wish. Choose with care." Finn hesitated, his hand hovering over the leaf. He thought of his wish, one that had been nestled in his heart for as long as he could remember. But as he glanced at Lyra, he realized something profound. The journey, the friendship, and the lessons learned along the way had already granted him more than any wish ever could. With a smile, Finn stepped back and turned to Lyra. "Would you like to make a wish?" he asked softly. Lyra's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with understanding. "Thank you, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle caress. She closed her eyes and made her wish, a silent promise carried away by the whispers of the wind. As they left the grove, hand in paw, the silver leaf shimmered once more before vanishing into the ether, its magic fulfilled. The journey back to Eldergrove was filled with laughter and stories, the forest a symphony of life around them. When they emerged from the woods, Finn felt changed, not by magic, but by friendship, wisdom, and the gentle lessons of the Whispering Woods. Back in the village, the people of Eldergrove welcomed them with open arms, eager to hear tales of their adventure. Finn and Lyra shared their story, not of a magical leaf, but of a journey that had changed them in more ways than one. And so, under the starlit sky, with the warmth of friendship in their hearts, Finn and Lyra realized that the true magic lay not in wishes, but in the bonds we forge and the wisdom we gather along the way. As the village settled into sleep, the forest whispered its lullaby, soft, serene, and everlasting. A reminder that the greatest treasures are those we carry within. And from that night on, Finn listened to the whispers with a heart full of gratitude, knowing that the forest would always be there, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of dreams. In the gentle glow of the moon, the Whispering Woods stood silent and watchful, a testament to the magic of friendship and the power of a journey well taken. And in the heart of Eldergrove, Finn slept soundly, cradled by the dreams of a world forever changed by the whispers of the woods. Story 17. In the heart of the ancient forest of whispering pines, a gentle hush fell over the world as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The air was cool and crisp, with the scent of pine mingling with the sweet, earthy aroma of the forest floor. It was here, in this mystical woodland, where our tale begins. Nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree lay a quaint little cottage. Its stone walls were covered in a soft blanket of moss, and the windows glowed warmly with the promise of comfort and refuge. Inside, a crackling fire danced merrily in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. The shelves were lined with books and jars filled with herbs and spices, each one carefully labeled in elegant script. Living in this cozy abode was a kind-hearted woman named Lyra, with her silver hair pulled back in a loose braid and her eyes the color of a clear summer sky. Lyra was known throughout the forest for her wisdom and gentle spirit. She spent her days tending to the creatures of the woods, offering care and companionship to those in need. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers outside her window, Lyra was visited by an unexpected guest. A soft tapping at the door drew her from her thoughts, and she opened it to find a small, shivering fox with fur as white as snow. Its eyes, a striking shade of emerald green, met hers with a look of both fear and hope. "Oh, you poor thing," Lyra murmured, her voice as soothing as the lullaby of a sleepy brook. She knelt down, extending a hand to the frightened creature. "Come inside where it's warm." The fox hesitated for a moment, then stepped cautiously over the threshold. Once inside, it shook off the chill and sat by the fire, watching Lyra with curiosity and gratitude. Lyra fetched a bowl of warm milk and placed it before the fox, who lapped it up eagerly. As she watched, Lyra noticed something peculiar about her guest. Around the fox's neck hung a delicate silver chain, from which dangled a tiny, intricately carved key. It shimmered in the firelight, catching Lyra's eye. Intrigued, she asked gently, "Where did you come from, little one? And what is that you carry?" The fox paused, looking at the key before returning its gaze to Lyra. Then, to her astonishment, it spoke in a voice that was soft and melodic. "I am Alaric, guardian of the hidden realm. This key opens the gateway to a world beyond our own, a place where magic and wonder abound." Lyra listened, captivated by the fox's tale. Alaric explained that the hidden realm was a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds, a place where they could live in peace and harmony, away from the prying eyes of the outside world. But recently, something had gone awry. The gateway had been sealed, and Alaric had been sent to find someone who could help restore balance. "You are the one we've been seeking, Lyra," Alaric said, his emerald eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. "Your heart is pure, and your wisdom is unmatched. Will you help us?" Lyra felt a tingle of excitement mixed with a sense of duty. She had always known that there was more to the world than met the eye, and now she was being given the chance to explore it. "I will help you, Alaric," she said with determination. "Together, we will find a way to reopen the gateway." The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lyra and Alaric set out on their journey. The forest was alive with the sounds of birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves. Dew glistened like tiny diamonds on the grass, and a soft breeze carried with it the promise of adventure. As they traveled deeper into the woods, Lyra could feel the magic in the air. It wrapped around her like a warm cloak, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility. Alaric led the way, his keen senses guiding them through the forest's winding paths. Their journey took them to places Lyra had never seen before. Hidden glens where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, shimmering streams that sang as they flowed, and towering trees that seemed to touch the sky. Each step brought them closer to the gateway and the mystery that awaited them. Along the way, they encountered other creatures who lived in the forest. A wise old owl perched on a branch, offering sage advice. A family of rabbits bounded alongside them, sharing tales of the hidden realm. Even a mischievous squirrel joined in, darting about playfully and providing much-needed laughter. As they journeyed, Lyra and Alaric grew closer, their bond forged by a shared sense of purpose and friendship. They spoke of their hopes and dreams, their fears and doubts. Lyra found comfort in Alaric's presence, and he, in turn, was buoyed by her unwavering kindness and courage. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the heart of the forest, where the gateway was said to be hidden. It was a place unlike any other, a clearing bathed in golden light, where the air hummed with magic. At the center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in intricate carvings and symbols. But as they approached, Lyra and Alaric discovered that the gateway was indeed sealed. A barrier of shimmering light blocked their path, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. It was both beautiful and forbidding, and Lyra felt a flicker of doubt. "How will we open it?" she wondered aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Alaric stepped forward, the key around his neck glinting in the sunlight. "The answer lies within us," he said, turning to Lyra with a reassuring smile. "The gateway responds to the power of the heart. It requires a spirit that is true and a soul that is brave." With these words, Lyra felt her resolve strengthen. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the friendship she had found, the beauty of the world around her, and the hope of bringing balance to the hidden realm. Her heart swelled with love and gratitude, and she extended her hand toward the gateway. In response, the barrier began to shimmer and shift, the light dancing like 1,000 fireflies. Slowly it parted, revealing a path that led to the hidden realm beyond. Lyra and Alaric exchanged a look of triumph and wonder, knowing that they had succeeded. As they stepped through the gateway, a new world unfolded before them, a realm of breathtaking beauty and enchantment. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes alight with joy and wonder. Lyra felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found her true home. She knew that the journey had changed her, filling her with a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She had discovered the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the magic that lay within. In the days that followed, Lyra and Alaric worked to restore balance to the hidden realm, guided by the wisdom and support of the friends they had made along the way. Together, they created a place where all creatures could live in peace and harmony, their spirits uplifted by the magic of the world they had saved. And so, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Lyra and Alaric sat beneath the branches of an ancient tree, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. They knew that their journey had only just begun, and that the magic of the hidden realm would continue to shape their lives in ways they had yet to imagine. In the end, the tale of Lyra and Alaric became a legend whispered among the trees, a story of courage, friendship, and the enduring power of love. And as the gentle breeze carried their tale across the forest, it touched the hearts of all who heard it, inspiring them to believe in the magic that lay within. The end. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets and the soft earth cradled the dreams of countless creatures, there lay a serene glen known to all who dwelled within as the Circle of Seasons. This was no ordinary place, for here nature danced to the rhythms of time and magic, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of life that thrived in perfect harmony. In this mystical glen, creatures both great and small lived together in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the symphony of the forest. At the center of this vibrant community was a wise and gentle deer named Sylvan. His antlers, grand and branching like the trees themselves, were a testament to the many winters he had seen. Sylvan was known not just for his age, but for the wisdom he carried, passed down through generations of his kind. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, while shafts of sunlight danced through the leafy canopy, painting the ground with spots of golden warmth. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving into the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a melody that spoke of peace and continuity. Each season brought its own magic to the Circle of Seasons. In spring, the air would be filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, painting the forest floor in hues of pinks, yellows, and blues. Streams, swollen with meltwater, sang as they tumbled over rocks, their music a joyful overture to the awakening world. Summer followed, draping the forest in a lush green cloak. The days were long and the sun warm, its golden light filtering through the canopy. In this season, the forest seemed to breathe a contented sigh, the air thick with the scent of wild herbs and the gentle hum of bees busy about their work. Autumn arrived with a crispness that tingled in the air, turning the leaves to brilliant shades of crimson, amber, and gold. The forest floor would crunch underfoot, a satisfying sound that echoed the gentle fall of acorns and the rustling preparations of creatures gathering for the coming chill. Winter, with its quiet beauty, would blanket the forest in snow. The world fell silent, save for the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional crack of ice in the frozen streams. It was a time of rest and reflection, a pause in the cycle where the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the world to awaken once more. One serene autumn day, Sylvan noticed something unusual. The leaves, which should have been a riot of colors, were struggling to change. Their vibrant hues were muted, and some stubbornly clung to their summer green, as if unsure of their place in the cycle. The forest, usually so harmonious, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Concerned, Sylvan called a gathering at the Circle of Seasons. Creatures of all kinds came, from the smallest field mouse to the grandest owl. They listened as Sylvan spoke, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "It seems," he began, "that the balance of our forest is shifting. The leaves are not changing as they should, and the air does not hold the crispness that heralds the coming snows. We must discover what ails our home and restore the harmony we hold dear." Among the creatures gathered was a wise old turtle named Thalia. Her shell bore the marks of many years spent navigating the forest's streams and paths. She spoke slowly, her voice deep and steady as the roots of the ancient oaks. "In the stories passed down through my ancestors," Thalia said, "it is told that the forest's balance is tied to the Heartstone, a magical gem hidden deep within the earth. It is said to pulse with the energy of the seasons, guiding them in their eternal dance." The creatures leaned closer, listening intently. "Perhaps," Thalia continued, "the Heartstone has lost its way. We must find it and help it remember its purpose." With renewed determination, Sylvan and his friends set out on their quest. The forest welcomed them with gentle breezes and the faint calls of hidden creatures, as if urging them onward. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they followed a path that twisted like a vine, leading them to places few had ever seen. They traveled through groves, where the trees were so tall they seemed to touch the sky, their trunks wrapped in ivy and moss. They crossed bubbling brooks where fish darted beneath the surface, their scales glinting like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Everywhere they went, the forest seemed to lean in, listening to their steps and whispers. Finally, after many days, they arrived at a secluded glen. Here, the air was cooler, and the ground was covered in a soft carpet of moss. In the center of this glen stood the Heartstone, a large crystal embedded in the earth. It glowed with a faint, flickering light, like a candle struggling against the wind. Sylvan approached the Heartstone reverently, his hooves sinking into the moss. He touched it gently with his antler, feeling a vibration like a heartbeat beneath his touch. The stone seemed to respond, its light growing stronger, but it was clear something was still amiss. The creatures gathered around, each offering their own wisdom and strength. The birds sang sweet melodies, recalling the bright days of spring. The squirrels brought acorns and seeds, symbols of growth and renewal. Even the wind seemed to join in, a gentle breeze swirling around the stone, carrying with it the sense of every season. As these gifts and memories surrounded the Heartstone, its light began to pulse more steadily. The colors of the forest seemed to deepen and brighten, the leaves finally releasing their autumn hues. The air filled with the crisp promise of winter, balanced and whole. Sylvan and his friends watched as the Heartstone glowed warmly, its light a beacon of reassurance. The forest, once again in harmony, sang with life and magic, a song that spoke of unity and the timeless dance of the seasons. With their task complete, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they had safeguarded the balance of their world. Sylvan, wise and gentle, stood for a moment longer, his gaze lingering on the Heartstone. He knew that the lessons learned this day would be passed down just as they always had been, ensuring that future generations would continue to cherish and protect the Circle of Seasons. And so, beneath the ancient trees and the vast, starry sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The Heartstone pulsed softly in the earth, a gentle reminder of the magic and harmony that bound all life together. In the quiet of the night, the forest dreamed of the cycles yet to come, knowing that it would always awaken anew, ready to embrace the endless dance of seasons. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the moon and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by towering oaks and shimmering streams, its cobblestone paths lined with cottages whose chimneys puffed gentle swirls of smoke into the crisp evening air. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit, merry folk, known for their hospitality and kindness. At the heart of the village was an ancient oak known as the grandfather tree, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches spread wide, offering shelter and wisdom to all who sought it. On this particular evening, a curious event had unfolded. The moon hung low and luminous, casting a silvery glow over the village. Yet beneath this tranquil scene lay a mild mystery that had set the villagers whispering. Every night, as the moon rose high, the village's lanterns would flicker to life with a warm golden glow, casting a comforting light across the cobblestones. But on this night, the lanterns began to behave peculiarly. They flickered erratically, sometimes dimming completely only to blaze back to life moments later, as if the light itself was playing a mischievous game of hide-and-seek. It was young Thistle, a bright-eyed girl with an insatiable curiosity, who first noticed the unusual behavior of the lanterns. Thistle had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked. Her eyes sparkled with the glint of someone who saw the world not just as it was, but as it could be. Determined to solve the mystery, Thistle wrapped herself in her softest cloak, its fabric embroidered with delicate patterns of leaves and stars, and set out into the night. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustle of the woods, a comforting melody that accompanied her steps. As she wandered through the village, Thistle decided to seek the guidance of the wise old owl, Archimedes, who lived in the boughs of the grandfather tree. Archimedes had seen many a mystery in his time and was known for his vast knowledge and gentle humor. Archimedes, Thistle called softly as she reached the base of the tree, her voice carrying up to the ancient owl perched above. "The lanterns are behaving strangely tonight. Do you know what might be causing it?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, tilting his head to fix Thistle with a gaze as deep as the night sky. "Ah, the lanterns!" he hooted in a voice like the whisper of leaves. "They are connected to the fire sprites, those merry little creatures who dwell within the flames. Perhaps they are trying to tell us something." Intrigued, Thistle thanked Archimedes and decided to visit the edge of the village where the fire sprites were known to dance in the embers of the bonfire that the villagers often gathered around for stories and songs. As Thistle approached, she saw the tiny fire sprites flitting about, their bodies glowing like embers in the dark. They seemed restless, darting to and fro, their light flickering in time with the lanterns across the village. Bending down, Thistle spoke gently to the sprites. "Hello, little ones. I've noticed the lanterns flickering just as you are. Is there something amiss?" The sprites paused in their dance, and one with particularly bright eyes floated forward, its voice a soft crackle like pine cones in a fire. "We did not mean to alarm anyone, dear Thistle. We are simply adjusting to the new rhythm of the moon." "The moon?" Thistle echoed, curious. "Yes," said the sprite, swirling in a graceful arc. "The moon has shifted its dance, and we are merely finding our new steps. It is a time of change, but soon all will be as it should." Relieved to have uncovered the mystery, Thistle smiled warmly at the sprites. "Thank you, friends. I shall let the others know that all is well." With the mystery explained, Thistle made her way back to the village, her heart light with the knowledge that sometimes changes, even those that seem puzzling at first, are simply new beginnings waiting to unfold. As she strolled home, the lanterns continued their dance, now a known rhythm that brought a sense of wonder rather than worry. She shared the sprite's message with her neighbors, who nodded in understanding, their fears soothed by the gentle reassurance that all was well. That night, as Thistle snuggled into her bed, the moon cast a silver blanket over the village, and the lanterns glowed steadily, their light a comforting presence. The village of Willowbrook rested easy, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle promise of tomorrow's light. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the grandfather tree and the wise old owl, Willowbrook drifted into slumber, the mystery resolved, and the village wrapped in dreams as soft and comforting as the whispering woods themselves. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was an inquisitive child, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. Little did she know, the ordinary objects that surrounded her held extraordinary secrets waiting to be unlocked. One evening, as Willow was getting ready for bed, she noticed something peculiar about her trusty hairbrush. As she ran it through her golden locks, tiny sparks of light seemed to dance across the bristles. At first she thought it was just a trick of the candlelight, but the sparks grew brighter and more vibrant with each stroke. Intrigued, Willow brushed her hair again and again, marveling at the magical display. Suddenly, a voice as soft as a whisper filled the room. "Willow, dear child, you have awoken the ancient magic within this brush." Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "Who said that?" "It is I, the spirit of the brush," the voice replied. "Your curiosity and kind heart have unlocked my powers. With this brush you can weave the most extraordinary tales and bring them to life before your very eyes." Willow could hardly believe her ears. "A storytelling brush? How extraordinary!" The brush spirit chuckled warmly. "Why don't you give it a try, my dear? Just brush your hair and let your imagination soar." Willow took a deep breath and began to brush, weaving a tale of a brave knight on a quest to find a lost kingdom. As the words left her lips, the room transformed around her. Towering castles rose from the floor, and gallant knights on noble steeds trotted across the walls. Willow was enthralled, but her story soon took an unexpected turn. The brave knight found himself lost in a dark and treacherous forest, beset by perilous challenges. Just then, two friendly companions appeared, a wise old owl named Hoots and a mischievous raccoon named Rusty. These helpers offered guidance and comic relief, leading the knight through the forest's dangers with wit and wisdom. As the story unfolded, Willow learned that true courage often lies in choosing kindness over violence. The knight faced a fearsome dragon, but instead of fighting, he listened to the dragon's tale of sorrow and loneliness. With compassion, the knight befriended the dragon, and together they found the lost kingdom, bringing joy and harmony to all. When the tale reached its heartwarming conclusion, the room gradually returned to its ordinary state. Willow sat in awe, clutching the magical brush close to her heart. From that day forward, Willow embarked on a journey of storytelling like no other. She shared her wondrous tales with the village children, filling their hearts with joy and teaching them valuable lessons about empathy, friendship, and the power of imagination. And whenever she felt lost or faced with a challenge, Willow would simply pick up her trusty brush and weave a new adventure. For she had discovered that the greatest magic of all lies within the stories we tell and the love we share with one another. Story 21. In the heart of the ancient forest, where towering trees wove a verdant tapestry against the sky and the whispers of the wind carried secrets from eons past, lived a community of creatures who understood the language of nature. This forest, vibrant with the life force of countless generations, was a sanctuary of balance and harmony, where the elements of earth, air, water, and fire danced in an eternal embrace. The forest was home to wise old owls with feathers like silver moonbeams, gentle deer with eyes that mirrored the starlit sky, and foxes whose russet fur flickered like autumn leaves in the golden light. Among them, hidden from the hurried world beyond the forest's edge, lived a young rabbit named Bramble. Bramble's coat was as soft as the downy clouds that drifted lazily across the azure sky, and his heart was as pure as the crystal streams that wound through the forest floor. Bramble had always been curious about the world around him, his ears perked up to catch the rustle of leaves and his nose twitching to the scent of wildflowers. From his elders, he learned the songs of the wind and the stories etched in the bark of ancient oaks. But of all the wonders of the forest, it was the changing of the seasons that captivated him most, each one a magical phenomenon that painted the world anew. As spring unfurled, the forest awoke from its slumber, the air infused with the fragrance of budding blossoms and the hum of busy bees. Bramble loved to watch as the cherry blossoms danced like pink snowflakes in the gentle breeze, their petals carpeting the ground in a delicate mosaic. He would sit for hours beneath the flowering trees, listening to the symphony of life around him. The babbling brook, the cheerful chirping of birds, and the rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the forest knew. Summer followed with its warm embrace, the sun casting golden rays that kissed the emerald canopy. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors and life, where every leaf and blade of grass seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Bramble spent his days exploring sun-dappled glades, the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth mingling in the air. He marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows that danced across the forest floor. As autumn arrived, the forest transformed once more, its leaves turning to flames of crimson, amber, and gold. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Bramble loved the sound of leaves crunching beneath his paws and the sight of squirrels gathering acorns for the winter to come. It was a time of preparation, a reminder of the cycles of life and the wisdom passed down through the turning of the seasons. Winter descended gently, wrapping the forest in a blanket of snow that sparkled like a myriad of tiny diamonds in the pale winter sun. The world was hushed, the air filled with the crisp scent of pine and the promise of rest. Bramble found comfort in the quiet beauty of the season, the way the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for spring's gentle touch to awaken it once more. One day, as Bramble gazed at the snowflakes drifting lazily from the sky, he noticed something unusual. The snowflakes seemed to dance in a pattern, swirling and weaving as if guided by an unseen hand. Intrigued, Bramble followed the path of the snowflakes, his heart filled with wonder. He soon found himself at the edge of a frozen pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the pale winter sky. In the center of the pond stood a figure, cloaked in robes of shimmering ice and crowned with a wreath of holly and mistletoe. It was the spirit of the seasons, an ancient guardian who watched over the balance of the natural world. Bramble approached with a gentle heart, sensing the spirit's benevolence. The spirit of the seasons smiled warmly, its eyes twinkling like stars. "You have a kind soul, young Bramble," the spirit said, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You see the beauty in each season and understand the harmony of the world." Bramble bowed his head respectfully. "I have learned from the forest," he replied softly. "Each season brings its own gifts and lessons. I wish to help preserve this balance." The spirit nodded, a breeze carrying the scent of pine and frost. "The wisdom of the forest is a treasure passed down through generations. It is our duty to protect it, to ensure that the cycle of life continues unbroken." With those words, the spirit of the seasons waved a hand, and the snowflakes danced once more, forming a delicate pattern in the air. As Bramble watched, he realized that each flake was unique, yet together they created a beautiful tapestry, much like the forest itself. "You have a special role in this world, Bramble," the spirit said. "Continue to cherish the forest and share its wisdom with others. In doing so, you will help maintain the harmony of the seasons." With a grateful heart, Bramble nodded, understanding the importance of his task. As the spirit faded into the winter mist, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, its ancient heart beating in time with the rhythm of the seasons. From that day forward, Bramble became a guardian of the forest, sharing its stories and wonders with all who would listen. He taught others to see the beauty in every season, to cherish the delicate balance of the natural world. And as the years passed, the forest thrived, a testament to the wisdom of the ages and the gentle heart of a young rabbit who understood the language of nature. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blur, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to flourish in harmony with the changing seasons. The cycle of life endured, a story of balance and beauty whispered through the rustling leaves and the sighing wind, a tale as old as time itself. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where the whispering winds kissed the tops of emerald trees, there lay a quaint village known as Eldergrove. The village was tucked away from bustling towns, surrounded by luscious meadows and babbling brooks that sang the songs of old. Its cobblestone paths wound through charming cottages with thatched roofs, each adorned with window boxes bursting with vibrant blossoms. In this village, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was a kind-hearted young woman with chestnut hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall of silk. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting the deep azure of the sky on a clear day. She had a penchant for wandering through the forest that bordered Eldergrove, seeking solace amidst the towering oaks and whispering willows. One brisk autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze, Leora set out on one of her usual explorations. The forest floor was a tapestry of amber and russet, crunching softly under her leather boots. The air was laced with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of upcoming winter. Leora's path led her deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The sunlight dappled through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground. She felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the forest itself was embracing her in its ancient arms. As she wandered, Leora stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen. In the center stood a peculiar tree, its bark shimmering with a silvery hue, and its branches adorned with leaves that glowed like stars against the twilight sky. Entranced, she approached the tree, her heart fluttering with a mix of awe and curiosity. Beneath the tree's protective boughs lay a small, intricately carved box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. Leora knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate designs. A sense of warmth spread through her fingertips, and with a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a dazzling crystal, its core swirling with an iridescent light. As she gazed into the depths of the crystal, visions began to dance before her eyes. She saw a world where animals spoke with kindness and wisdom, where rivers ran with liquid silver and mountains soared to touch the heavens. It was a hidden world, nestled within her own, accessible only through the crystal's magic. Overwhelmed by its beauty, Leora knew she had discovered something extraordinary. She understood that this crystal held a power beyond her comprehension, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm. With reverence, she closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, feeling its comforting presence against her side as she made her way back to the village. In the days that followed, Leora could think of little else but the magical world she had glimpsed. She yearned to share her discovery, but caution kept her silent. Instead, she returned to the clearing each day, spending hours beneath the shimmering tree, learning to commune with the crystal and the world it revealed. The more she visited, the more she noticed subtle changes within herself. Her senses sharpened, able to discern the soft rustle of a rabbit in the underbrush or the distant call of an owl. Her heart felt lighter, filled with a profound sense of peace and connection to all living things. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora heard a gentle rustling behind her. She turned to find a small creature peering at her from the edge of the clearing. It was unlike any animal she had ever seen, with the sleek body of a fox, the tufted ears of a lynx, and eyes that sparkled like amethysts. "Greetings, Leora," the creature spoke, its voice a soft melody. "I am Zephyra, guardian of the hidden world you have discovered." Leora's heart leaped with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Hello, Zephyra," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "I didn't know anyone else knew of this place." Zephyra nodded, stepping into the clearing, her fur shimmering in the fading light. "Few do, but the crystal has chosen you as its keeper, and with it you hold the key to our world." Leora felt a swell of responsibility within her chest. "But why me?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You have a gentle heart and a spirit that yearns for understanding," Zephyra explained, her gaze warm and wise. "In our world, those qualities are more powerful than any magic." And so began an unexpected friendship between Leora and Zephyra. Each day, they would meet beneath the shimmering tree, sharing stories and learning from one another. Zephyra taught Leora about the delicate balance of nature, the language of the wind, and the songs of the stars. In return, Leora shared tales of her village, of the people and traditions that wove the tapestry of her life. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's visits to the hidden world became an integral part of her life. She discovered that the world within the crystal was not just a place of beauty, but also one of harmony and wisdom. It was a world where creatures of all kinds lived in unity, guided by the gentle wisdom of the natural order. But as winter approached, a shadow loomed over Eldergrove. The village had been experiencing an uncharacteristic drought, and the once bountiful harvests had dwindled. The villagers were growing anxious, their spirits dampened by the relentless sun and parched fields. Leora watched with a heavy heart as her friends and neighbors struggled. The joy that had once filled the village square was replaced by worry and despair. She knew she had to do something to help, but the solution eluded her. One frosty morning, as Leora sat beneath the shimmering tree, she poured her heart out to Zephyra. "I wish I could help them," she confessed, her voice tinged with sadness. "The people of Eldergrove are kind and good, but the drought is taking its toll." Zephyra listened with empathy, her amethyst eyes reflecting Leora's concern. "There is a way," she said gently. "The hidden world holds the power to restore balance, but it requires a heart pure of intent and a spirit willing to act." Leora's heart skipped a beat, her resolve firm. "I'll do whatever it takes," she vowed, determination shining in her eyes. Guided by Zephyra, Leora embarked on a journey into the depths of the hidden world. The path was fraught with challenges, each designed to test her courage, wisdom, and compassion. She navigated through enchanted forests where trees whispered secrets of ages past, across rivers that shimmered like liquid silver, and over mountains that kissed the sky. With each step, Leora grew stronger, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. She learned to listen to the wind's advice, to trust the guidance of the stars, and to find strength in the gentle power of friendship. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Leora reached the heart of the hidden world. There, she found a luminous pool, its waters aglow with a soft, ethereal light. This was the source of the world's magic, the wellspring of balance and harmony. Kneeling beside the pool, Leora closed her eyes and let her heart speak. She poured out her love for Eldergrove and its people, her desire to see the village thrive once more. Her words were a gentle prayer, carried on the wings of hope and compassion. As she spoke, the waters began to shimmer and ripple, the magic within responding to her heartfelt plea. A gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the promise of rain and renewal. Leora watched in awe as the hidden world and her own began to align, their energies weaving together in a tapestry of light and life. The drought that had plagued Eldergrove began to lift, the skies opening to release gentle rains that soaked the parched earth. When Leora returned to the village, she found it transformed. The fields were lush and green, the air filled with the jubilant laughter of villagers as they gathered the bountiful harvest. Eldergrove was alive once more, a testament to the magic of the hidden world and the power of a kind heart. In the years that followed, Leora continued to cherish her bond with Zephyra and the hidden world. She became a guardian of the balance, teaching others the wisdom she had learned and nurturing the friendship between the two realms. And so, in the gentle glow of the setting sun, as the village of Eldergrove flourished anew, Leora's heart was at peace. She had discovered not just a world of magic, but a world of connection, love, and endless possibilities. And in that world she found her true self, a keeper of harmony, a beacon of hope, and a cherished friend to all who walked the path of kindness. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, the village of Eldergrove nestled into the embrace of night, safe in the knowledge that their world was a little brighter, a little more magical, all because of the gentle heart of Leora and the hidden wonders she had brought to light. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, there nestled a quaint little village named Elderglen. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke. Lanterns lined the cobblestone streets, casting a warm golden glow that guided the villagers home each night. The inhabitants of Elderglen were as charming as the village itself. Among them were artisans, bakers, and weavers, each with a kind heart and a skillful hand. But it was the curious young girl named Lila who had captured the hearts of all with her boundless imagination and her knack for noticing the tiniest details that others might overlook. Lila lived with her grandmother Marin, a wise elder with a gentle voice and a twinkle in her eye that hinted at a lifetime of stories. One crisp autumn evening, as the first blush of twilight painted the sky, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood at the center of Elderglen, had begun to chime at the most unexpected hours. Instead of its usual punctual tolling, it rang out at odd intervals, sending a chorus of birds fluttering from their nests in surprise. The villagers of Elderglen were puzzled. The clock had never faltered before. It was said to have been crafted by the magical hands of the forest's most skilled fairies, and its mechanisms were believed to be enchanted with spells of precision and harmony. Grandmother Marin suggested that perhaps a mischievous sprite had taken a liking to the clock's melodic chimes. Intrigued by this mystery, Lila decided to investigate. With her grandmother's blessing and a basket filled with warm scones and honeyed tea for sustenance, Lila set out to uncover the truth. Her first stop was the clock tower itself, where she climbed the spiral staircase to the top. There, she was greeted by the intricate gears and cogs that whirred softly like a purring cat. Lila sat quietly, observing the clock's mechanism with the keen eyes of a young detective. As she sipped her tea, she noticed something strange. A tiny glimmer caught her eye, a diminutive figure darting among the gears. It was no larger than a robin, with wings that shimmered like morning dew in the sunlight. "Hello," Lila whispered gently, not wanting to startle the creature. The little sprite, with eyes as bright as stars, peeked out from behind a cog. "Oh, hello there," it replied in a voice like the tinkling of bells. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I simply adore the sound of the clock, and I thought I might join in the music." Leela smiled warmly. "It's quite all right. I can see how enchanting the chimes must be to you. But the villagers are a bit worried about the irregular ringing." The sprite's wings drooped slightly. "I didn't mean to upset anyone. I was just trying to add a little bit of magic to the melody." Leela pondered this for a moment. "Perhaps we can find a way for you to enjoy the music without causing confusion. Would you like that?" The sprite's eyes sparkled with hope. "Oh yes, that would be wonderful." Together, Lila and the sprite devised a clever plan. The sprite would be allowed to join in the chimes, but only during the twilight hours when the sky turned to a soft purple and the village was aglow with lantern light. In return, the sprite promised to teach Lila some of the secrets of the forest, tales of hidden wonders, and ancient songs that only the fairies knew. With their agreement in place, Lila returned to the village and explained the situation to the townsfolk. The villagers, charmed by the sprite's intentions and Lila's cleverness, embraced the idea. They looked forward to the new twilight chimes, which soon became a cherished part of their daily lives. As the days turned to months, the sprite and Lila often met at the clock tower. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, they would share stories and laughter, their friendship growing stronger with each passing day. The village of Elderglen thrived, its heart beating in time with the gentle chimes that now marked the close of each day. And so, nestled in the warmth of the whispering woods, life continued in its gentle, harmonious rhythm. The mystery had been solved, not with conflict or strife, but with understanding and kindness. As Lila and her sprite friend gazed out over the village from their perch atop the clock tower, they knew that the sweetest melodies were those shared with friends. And so, with the village tucked under a blanket of stars and dreams, the night carried on, peaceful and serene, as if whispering a promise that tomorrow would bring new adventures and more wondrous tales to tell. Story 24. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars whispered secrets and planets spun in their eternal dance, there lay a peculiar little corner of the galaxy known as the Nebula of Whimsy. Within this nebula, amidst swirling colors of amethyst and gold, drifted a small planet named Luminara, a place of perpetual twilight and gentle breezes that carried the scent of blooming starflowers. On Luminara lived a being called Finian. Finian was of the Luminarans, a species known for their luminous skin that glowed softly in the dark, like the gentle glow of the moon on a serene night. With eyes that shimmered like pools of starlight, and a heart as warm as the hearth of their cozy stone cottage, Finian spent their days tending to the celestial gardens and weaving tales from the dreams that floated by on the night air. But Finian's life was about to change in the most unexpected of ways. One starry evening, as the night skies shimmered with the iridescence of 1,000 constellations, a curious sight appeared in the heavens. A ship, sleek and silver like a comet, descended through the atmosphere, leaving trails of sparkling dust in its wake. From this ship emerged a figure unlike any Finian had ever seen. It was Zuri, a traveler from the distant planet of Arcturus. Zuri was an Arcturan, tall and slender, with skin that shimmered in shades of deep azure and hair like tendrils of midnight. Arcturans were known for their logical minds and a penchant for exploration. Zuri's presence on Luminara was a twist of fate, a navigational error that had brought them to this enchanting world. Their first meeting was a tangle of misunderstandings. Finian, with their natural curiosity, approached Zuri with a bouquet of starflowers, unaware that in Arcturian culture, such a gesture was reserved for declarations of rivalry. Zuri, startled and confused, responded with a series of gestures meant to communicate peace, which Finian misinterpreted as a challenge to a duel. Amidst this jumble of signals, it was a simple act of nature that began to bridge the gap between them. A gentle rain began to fall, each droplet a tiny prism that painted the world in a kaleidoscope of colors. Finian, with a laugh like the tinkling of chimes, danced in the rain, and Zuri, intrigued by this display of joy, followed suit. Together they splashed and twirled, their laughter mingling with the patter of rain on leaves, washing away the initial tension and replacing it with a budding friendship. As the days turned into weeks, Finian and Zuri embarked on a journey across Luminara, learning from one another and facing challenges that tested their newfound bond. They traversed luminescent forests where the trees sang in harmony with the wind, and crossed tranquil lakes that mirrored the stars above. Each shared experience, whether it was deciphering the cryptic songs of the night creatures or piecing together the ancient mosaics hidden in the caves, brought them closer. There were moments of doubt, of course, times when Zuri's logical approach clashed with Finian's intuitive nature, leading to misunderstandings. But each disagreement was an opportunity for growth, a chance to see the world through each other's eyes. Finian learned to appreciate the beauty in structure and order, while Zuri discovered the magic in spontaneity and emotion. One particularly memorable adventure led them to the Whispering Cliffs, where the winds carried echoes of the past. Here they uncovered an ancient artifact, a crystal that radiated warmth and light. As they touched it, a vision unfolded before them, an image of their journey together, the moments of struggle and triumph, woven into a tapestry of light and shadow. It was a reminder that their differences were not barriers, but threads that, when woven together, created something beautiful. In the quiet aftermath of this revelation, as they sat together beneath the vast sky, Zuri spoke with a newfound softness. "I did not understand your ways at first, Finian, but now I see that our differences are like the colors of the nebula, vibrant and unique, yet harmonious when viewed as a whole." Finian smiled, their eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the stars. "And I have learned that logic and structure have their own kind of beauty. Together, we make a story worth telling." As the night deepened and the world around them settled into a peaceful slumber, Finian and Zuri realized that the true meaning of friendship was not in the absence of conflict, but in the willingness to grow and understand each other. It was in the shared laughter, the supportive silence, and the knowledge that they were never alone in their journey. And so, beneath the starlit skies of Luminara, two unlikely companions from distant worlds found solace and joy in their differences, weaving a tale of friendship that would ripple through the cosmos like a gentle melody, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, hearts could find their way to one another. Story 25. In the embrace of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried stories older than time itself, there existed a hidden world unseen by human eyes. This was the realm where the natural creatures dwelt, a place of harmony and magic, cradled beneath the lush canopy of emerald leaves. The forest woke each morning with the gentle kiss of dawn, the first light filtering through the dense foliage like liquid gold. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Here the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. At the heart of this woodland was a clearing, bathed in perpetual dappled sunlight and surrounded by towering oaks that stood like ancient sentinels. In this clearing, a wise old tortoise named Orin resided. His shell was a mosaic of browns and greens, mirroring the forest floor, and his eyes held the deep wisdom of centuries. Orin was revered among the forest creatures for his knowledge and gentle spirit. Every week, they would gather around him, eager to listen to his tales of the world and the lessons embedded within them. Birds of every hue flitted above, while rabbits and deer nestled into the soft grass, their ears perked attentively. One breezy afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the clearing, Orin began a story about the balance of the seasons. Long ago, he started, his voice a soothing murmur, The forest was home to the spirit of the seasons. This spirit ensured that each season flowed seamlessly into the next, maintaining the harmony of our world. He continued, his words painting vivid images in the minds of his listeners. In the spring, the spirit would awaken the earth from its winter slumber, coaxing blossoms to bloom and streams to sing once more. Summer would follow, a time of warmth and abundance, when the forest basked in the sun's golden glow. The forest creatures listened, eyes wide with wonder as Orin's tale unfolded. Autumn brought a symphony of colors, painting the leaves in hues of amber and crimson before they danced to the ground. And finally, winter arrived, a season of rest and reflection, when the earth donned a blanket of snow and the forest slept. Orin paused, letting the tranquility of the moment wash over them. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook filled the air. But one year, he continued, the spirit grew weary. The balance faltered, and the forest was plunged into chaos. The seasons clashed, disrupting the harmony that had long been cherished. The creatures shifted uneasily, the idea of a disharmony unsettling. Orin smiled, sensing their discomfort. "Fear not," he reassured them, for it was the creatures of the forest who restored balance. Each lent their unique gifts to the spirit, renewing its strength and ensuring the cycle continued. The bees shared their nectar, the birds offered their songs, and the deer their grace. Together, they reminded the spirit of the beauty in collaboration and unity. As Orin concluded his tale, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of change. The creatures remained for a while, basking in the peace that Orin's words had woven around them, before slowly dispersing back into the forest. Life in the forest continued its serene rhythm, the lessons from Orin's story echoing in the actions of every creature. The birds, inspired by the tale, sang more harmoniously, their melodies mingling with the wind. The squirrels, reminded of the importance of unity, shared their stores of acorns with one another. Even the trees seemed to sway in agreement, their branches whispering secrets of times long past. As days turned into weeks, the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring wisdom of Orin and the spirit of cooperation among its inhabitants. And so the hidden lives of the natural creatures remained intertwined with the cycles of the earth, their harmony a gentle reminder of the beauty inherent in balance. In this ancient forest where magic lingered in every leaf and the past spoke through the rustling trees, Orin continued to guide and nurture, his stories a bridge between the world that was and the world that is. Through his tales, the creatures learned of the delicate dance of life, where every step, every breath, contributed to the symphony of existence. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, the forest settled into the quiet embrace of night. Stars twinkled overhead, their light a gentle caress upon the earth, and the creatures of the forest drifted into slumber, their dreams filled with the wisdom of the ages and the promise of a new day. Story 26. In the heart of a whispering forest, where the leaves shimmered like emeralds in the mellow light of dawn, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a quaint cottage nestled beneath the ancient boughs of a wise old oak. It was said that the oak had witnessed centuries of seasons turning, and its branches were like fingers, tracing the stories of all who sought its shade. Leora was gentle and kind, with a heart that longed for adventure. Yet she found herself rooted, much like the oak, in a life that felt unchanged for many years. Her days unfolded in familiar patterns, from tending the vibrant garden that bloomed in a riot of colors to weaving baskets with reeds she collected from the burbling stream nearby. Although she cherished the serenity of her surroundings, there was an itch in her soul, a yearning for something more that she could not quite name. One dusky evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amethyst and rose, Leora sat by the hearth, the embers casting a warm glow over her face. Her companion, a wise and jovial raven named Corwin, perched on the mantelpiece. His feathers glistened with a sheen of midnight blue, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief of untold secrets. "Change is afoot, dear Leora," Corwin croaked, his voice as smooth as velvet. "The forest has whispered to me of a magical transformation that awaits you." Leora looked up, curiosity dancing in her eyes. "But how will I know when the time is right?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Corwin fluttered his wings, sending a puff of soot swirling into the air. Listen to the forest, for it holds the answers. Trust in yourself and in the journey you must take. With those words echoing in her heart, Leora resolved to be more attuned to the signs around her. Days passed with the gentle rhythm of nature, and soon a peculiar transformation began to unfold. The forest, once a tapestry of greens and browns, started to shimmer with a luminescence Leora had never seen before. Flowers that she had tended with care began to glow softly under the moonlight, their petals whispering secrets carried by the night breeze. One morning, as a gentle mist curled through the forest like a soft embrace, Leora discovered something extraordinary. At the edge of the stream, where the water sang its eternal song, there lay a cocoon woven from silken threads of gold. It pulsed with an inner light, mirroring the hidden desires within Leora's heart. Guided by an unseen hand, she knew what she had to do. Carefully, she carried the cocoon back to her cottage, placing it in a special corner by the window, where it could bask in the sun's nurturing rays. Day by day, she watched over it, her heart swelling with anticipation and a deepening sense of understanding. As the cocoon grew, so did Leora's awareness of the world and her place within it. She began to see beauty in the smallest details, a dewdrop sparkling on a spider's web, the gentle sway of branches in the wind, and the chorus of crickets serenading the night. Each moment became a lesson, teaching her to appreciate the present while embracing the inevitability of change. Her friends in the forest noticed the change in her as well. A kindly deer named Bramble would often visit, bringing stories of distant meadows and hidden glades. "You are blossoming, dear one," Bramble would say, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "The forest sees your courage and rewards it with gifts of insight." One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, the cocoon began to tremble. Leora watched with bated breath as the silken threads unraveled, revealing a creature of exquisite beauty. A butterfly, its wings an iridescent mosaic of colors, emerged into the world, fragile yet full of life. As the butterfly took its maiden flight, Leora felt a deep kinship with it, a shared journey of transformation and growth. She understood now that change was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that one truly discovered oneself. Corwin, perched nearby, cawed softly. "See how you have grown, dear Leora. You've learned to trust in the path, and in doing so, have found your own wings." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound clarity, Leora stepped into the forest, her spirit light as the butterfly's wings. She felt a sense of belonging in the ever-changing tapestry of life, a sense of peace that came from knowing she was part of something greater. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars above, Leora embraced the beauty of personal discovery, forever transformed by the magic that lay within and around her. The forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be her home, a place where change and growth danced together in an eternal, gentle waltz. As the night deepened, Leora returned to her cottage, the warmth of the hearth welcoming her back. She settled into her chair, Corwin beside her, and closed her eyes, feeling the comforting embrace of the forest wrap around her like a soft, woven blanket. With a heart at ease, she drifted into dreams of adventure and endless possibilities, ready to welcome whatever tomorrow might bring. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to gently hum with secrets of the past, there lived a kind-hearted young woman named Mara. She was a quiet soul, often found by the riverbank, her eyes lost in the dance of rippling water. However, beneath her serene exterior, Mara was wrestling with a deep uncertainty. Change was looming like a fog upon her life, and she felt unprepared to face it. Mara's village was small, nestled between the lush forest and rolling hills. It was a place where everyone knew one another, and each day flowed into the next with comforting predictability. But Mara sensed a stirring within herself, a yearning for something more, something undefined that seemed to whisper to her in her dreams. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched under her feet, Mara made her way to the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the woods. It was her sanctuary, its massive branches sheltering her from the world. Today, however, there was something different. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar glimmer at the base of the tree. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, iridescent stone, pulsating with a gentle light. Curious and captivated, Mara picked up the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm. It was as if the stone was alive, resonating with a soft, melodic hum. As she held it, she heard a gentle rustling behind her. Turning, she found herself face to face with an old friend, a fox with a coat as bright as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "Ah, Mara," the fox said in a voice as smooth as silk, "I see you've found the heartstone of the woods." Startled but reassured by the fox's familiar presence, Mara replied, "What is this stone? It feels alive." The fox curled its tail around its paws, settling into a cozy position. "The heartstone is a gift of the forest," it explained. "It reveals the magic within oneself, helping to guide those who seek change but fear it. You, dear Mara, are ready for transformation, even if you don't yet believe it." Mara sat down beside the fox, the stone warm and reassuring in her hand. "But I'm afraid," she confessed, "afraid of what change will bring, and of losing who I am." The fox nodded, a knowing glint in its eye. "Change is a part of life's journey. It does not erase who you are, but adds to your story, making it richer and more vibrant. You have friends here who will support you." As if on cue, the gentle rustling of wings announced the arrival of another friend, a wise owl who had watched over Mara since she was a child. Perched on a low branch, the owl nodded sagely. "Growth is not always easy," he hooted softly, "but it is through growth that we discover our true selves. Trust the magic within you, and you will find your way." Encouraged by her companions, Mara felt a flicker of hope. She spent the following days with the heartstone, carrying it close as she went about her daily tasks. Little by little, she noticed subtle shifts within herself. Her senses seemed heightened. The colors of the forest appeared more vibrant, the songs of the birds clearer, the scent of pine more invigorating. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mara returned to the ancient oak. The fox and the owl were waiting, their eyes bright with anticipation. Mara sat between them, holding the heartstone, its glow now a familiar comfort. "Are you ready to embrace your transformation?" the fox asked, its voice gentle but firm. Mara took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of her friend's presence and the strength within the heartstone. "Yes," she said, her voice steady, "I'm ready." In that moment, a gentle breeze swirled around them, carrying with it the fragrance of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. The heartstone pulsed in Mara's hand, its light enveloping her in a soft, luminous cocoon. She felt a tingling sensation, like the first touch of spring sun on winter-chilled skin. As the light receded, Mara opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of peace. She looked at her hands, seeing not only skin and bone, but the potential they held. The forest around her seemed to echo this newfound clarity, its whispers now an encouraging chorus. "You have found your path," the owl said, his eyes wise and warm. "Remember, you are not alone. We are here, always." The fox nodded, its tail sweeping the ground in a gesture of companionship. "And the heartstone will remain with you, a reminder of the magic within." Mara smiled, gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that change was not to be feared, but embraced. With her friends by her side and the heartstone's light guiding her, she felt ready to step into the world, knowing that each day was an opportunity for discovery and growth. As she stood beneath the ancient oak, the stars beginning to twinkle above, Mara whispered a silent thank you to the forest and to the friends who had helped her find her way. She turned towards the path leading home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. In the gentle glow of the heartstone and the comforting presence of her companions, Mara stepped forward, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The whispering woods watched over her, their ancient wisdom woven into every leaf and branch, a constant reminder that magic and the power to change was within her all along. Story 28. In a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart filled with curiosity and a mind always searching for adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily was raking the fallen leaves in her backyard, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the soil. It was an old, tarnished key, but unlike any key she had ever seen before. The intricate patterns etched into its surface seemed to shimmer in the fading sunlight. and as Lily gently brushed the dirt away, she felt a warm tingle run through her fingertips. Intrigued, Lily decided to keep the mysterious key, tucking it safely into her pocket. Little did she know, this simple act would unlock a world of wonder beyond her wildest dreams. That night, as Lily drifted off to sleep, she found herself transported into a dream unlike any other. She was standing in a vast, enchanted forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the air hummed with magic. Before her stood a wise old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like beckoning fingers. "Welcome, Lily," the tree spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "You have discovered the key of curiosity, a powerful artifact that opens doors to realms unseen." Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, but the tree continued. "This key will guide you on a journey of self-discovery, where you will learn the true depths of your imagination and the strength of your spirit." With those words, the dream faded, and Lily awoke, clutching the key tightly in her hand. She knew then that her life had taken an extraordinary turn. The next morning, Lily confided in her two best friends, Willow and Oak, sharing the incredible tale of her dream and the enchanted key. Willow, a free-spirited artist with a heart of gold, was immediately captivated by the prospect of magical adventures. Oak, a practical yet loyal friend, was more skeptical but vowed to stand by Lily's side, no matter what mysteries they might unravel. Together, the three friends embarked on a journey through the winding trails and secret glades of the nearby forest, guided by the key of curiosity. With each step, the world around them seemed to come alive, filled with wondrous sights and sounds. They encountered a kindly old badger named Sage, who imparted wisdom and shared riddles that challenged their minds. They befriended a mischievous fairy named Sparkle, whose infectious giggles and twinkling light led them down hidden paths. But their greatest challenge came when they stumbled upon a towering, impenetrable wall of thorns, blocking their way forward. Lily's first instinct was to force her way through, but Sage's wise words echoed in her mind. True strength lies not in brute force, but in the power of imagination. Closing her eyes, Lily clutched the key of curiosity tightly and let her mind wander. Suddenly, the thorns began to shift and transform, weaving themselves into a beautiful archway, inviting them to pass through. On the other side, they discovered a clearing bathed in ethereal light, where a magnificent tree stood tall and proud. Sage, Sparkle, and the other forest creatures welcomed them warmly, congratulating Lily on her journey of self-discovery. As Lily looked around at the wondrous world she had helped create, she realized that the true magic had been within her all along. The power of imagination, fueled by curiosity and nurtured by the bonds of friendship. From that day forward, Lily carried the key of curiosity with her always, a constant reminder to embrace the extraordinary in the ordinary, and to never stop exploring the boundless realms of her own imagination. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a land where the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet skies, there existed a quaint little village, nestled within the gentle embrace of a lush, emerald forest. This village, known as Bramblewood, was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and kindness bloomed like the wildflowers in spring. In Bramblewood, there lived a young girl named Lila. She was a bright soul with eyes the color of the forest itself and hair that caught sunlight like spun gold. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that thrummed with the rhythm of adventure. Her days were spent exploring the forest, befriending the woodland creatures, and listening to the whispers of the ancient trees. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's iconic stone fountain, which stood proudly in the center of the town square, had begun to behave oddly. The water, usually clear and pure as crystal, had turned a shimmering shade of silver and seemed to dance with an unusual liveliness. The villagers gathered around, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Some speculated that it was merely a trick of the light, while others suspected a playful spirit might be at work. Yet, none could explain the strange transformation. Intrigued by this mystery, Lila decided to investigate. She set off the following morning, accompanied by her faithful friend, a wise old owl named Horace. Horace was a creature of remarkable intellect, his feathers a soft mix of browns and grays, and his eyes sharp and knowing. Together they approached the fountain. Lila crouched down, dipping her fingers into the cool silver water. It felt different, almost as if it were alive. As she withdrew her hand, droplets danced in the air before settling back into the fountain. "I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye," Horace hooted, his voice deep and resonant like the evening breeze through the trees. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We should consult the Enchanted Grove," she suggested. The Enchanted Grove was a sacred place, where the oldest and wisest of the forest's spirits resided. It was known to offer guidance to those who sought it with pure hearts. The journey to the grove was a gentle one, the path winding through meadows rich with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. Along the way, they were joined by a merry band of fireflies, their lights flickering like tiny stars come to earth. Upon reaching the grove, Lila and Horace were greeted by Elder Willow, the ancient spirit who governed the woodlands. Her presence was calming, her form a graceful intertwining of branches and leaves that shimmered with a faint golden glow. "Elder Willow," Lila began, "the fountain in our village has changed. The water dances and shines like silver, and we do not know why. Can you help us understand?" Elder Willow listened intently, her branches swaying gently with understanding. "Ah, yes," she replied, her voice a gentle rustle like wind through the leaves. "The fountain is enchanted, linked to the very heart of the forest. It reflects the harmony or discord within its bounds. When the balance is disturbed, it manifests in the waters." "But what could have caused this change?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued. "The answer lies within the forest," Elder Willow replied cryptically. "Seek the source of the imbalance, and the fountain shall return to its natural state." With this guidance, Lila and Horace returned to the forest, their minds set on discovering what had disrupted the harmony. They wandered through the trees, observing the forest with keen eyes and listening to the whispers of the wind. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing where the air felt heavy and somber. In the center stood a willow tree, its branches drooping low and its leaves a muted gray. Unlike the other trees, it seemed to exude an air of sadness. "This must be where the imbalance lies," Horace said, landing on one of the lower branches. "But why is this tree so forlorn?" Lila approached the tree, placing a gentle hand on its trunk. "Perhaps it has lost something dear," she mused, feeling a pang of empathy for the lonely tree. It was then that a soft voice, barely more than a whisper, reached her ears. "I have lost my song," the tree lamented. "Without it, I cannot sway with the wind or dance with the sun." Understanding dawned upon Lila. The tree, a sentient being like Elder Willow, had lost its spirit, its very essence that allowed it to thrive. And in losing its song, the balance of the forest had been disturbed. "We must help it find its song," Lila declared with determination. "But how?" questioned Horace, tilting his head in thought. "We must listen," Lila replied simply. "Listen to the forest, to the whispers of the leaves and the rustle of the grass. Perhaps they hold the key to the tree's lost melody." For days, Lila and Horace stayed by the willow's side, attuning themselves to the symphony of the forest. They spent their mornings watching the sunrise cast golden beams through the branches, and their evenings under the starry canopy, allowing the gentle hum of the night to wash over them. Gradually, they began to discern a pattern, a hidden melody woven into the fabric of the forest. It was a song of life and growth, of the gentle ebb and flow of nature's heartbeat. And slowly, like a forgotten memory, the tree's song began to emerge. On the dawn of the 7th day, as the first light kissed the horizon, Lila and Horace stood beneath the willow. Lila hummed softly, mimicking the melody they had uncovered. The willow responded, its branches swaying gently, its leaves regaining their vibrant green hue. The transformation was subtle yet profound. As the willow found its song, the air lightened, filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the sweet sound of bird song. The forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, and Lila knew that balance had been restored. With hearts full of joy, Lila and Horace returned to the village. To their delight, the fountain had returned to its former state, the water clear and serene once more. The villagers cheered, grateful for the return of their beloved fountain's tranquility. And so, in the heart of Bramblewood, life continued as it always had, with the gentle hum of magic woven into its very essence. Lila and Horace were hailed as heroes, not for their bravery or strength, but for their patience and wisdom in listening to the world around them. As the village settled into the warm embrace of night, the stars twinkled above, and Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft, sweet melody of the willow's song. And thus, in the land of Bramblewood, where magic danced through the trees and kindness was as abundant as the air, the mystery of the dancing fountain was solved, leaving behind a lesson of harmony and the beauty of listening to the world's quiet whispers. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two ancient oaks with their branches intertwined like old friends, there lay the quaint village of Ember Hollow. The village was a tapestry of tiny thatched cottages, cobblestone paths, and blooming gardens. Each morning, the air was filled with the scent of fresh-baked bread and the songs of morning doves, creating a symphony that warmed the hearts of all who heard it. In this tranquil setting lived a young girl named Lyra. With her kind eyes and gentle smile, she was beloved by the townsfolk. Lyra had a special talent for noticing the little things that others might overlook, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets, the sway of flowers in a breeze, or the faintest trail of twinkling lights that danced in the night. Her keen observation often led her to solve small puzzles and mysteries, much to the delight of her friends. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Lyra awoke to find something peculiar. The village clock, which had stood at the center of Ember Hollow for as long as anyone could remember, had stopped ticking. Its hands were frozen at precisely midnight, and a soft silvery mist curled around its base like a cat seeking warmth. The villagers gathered around, murmuring in confusion. "It's never stopped before," said old Tom, the village baker, brushing flour from his hands. As they pondered, Lyra noticed a series of tiny footprints leading away from the clock, glowing faintly in the morning light. They seemed to shimmer with a touch of magic. Lyra's curiosity was piqued. She decided to follow the footprints, which led her to the edge of the whispering woods. Here, the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. As she ventured further, the woods grew denser and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. As she walked, Lyra came upon a stream that sang a gentle melody over its pebbled bed. Beside the stream sat an old tortoise named Thaddeus, known throughout the woods as a sage creature, wise beyond his years. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change like the stories he told. "Good morning, dear Lyra." Thaddeus greeted in a voice as soothing as the stream. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Lyra explained the mystery of the frozen clock and the glowing footprints. Thaddeus listened intently, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah," he mused, "this sounds like the work of the flicker sprites. Mischievous little beings they are. They often play pranks, but they mean no harm." "But why would they stop the clock?" Lyra asked, her brow furrowed in thought. Thaddeus chuckled softly. "Time is a curious thing to them, you see. They find it strange that we measure our days by it. Perhaps they wish to show us something beyond the ticking of the hours." With Thaddeus's guidance, Lyra continued along the path, following the footprints deeper into the woods. The path wound through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed like dancers in the wind. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honey and the distant hum of bees. Eventually, Lyra reached a small clearing bathed in soft, golden light. Here she found the flicker sprites, tiny, luminous creatures with wings that glimmered like stars. They flitted about, their laughter a melody that filled the air. "Hello, little ones," Lyra called out gently. "I see you've been playing with our clock." The sprites gathered around her, their eyes wide with curiosity. One sprite, slightly larger than the others, fluttered forward. "We only wanted to see what would happen," it said, its voice like the tinkling of bells. Lyra smiled kindly. "The villagers are puzzled without the clock's guidance. Perhaps there's a way to share your magic without causing confusion." The sprites exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Then, the larger sprite nodded. "We could sprinkle our light across the village at dawn, so everyone knows when the day begins," it suggested. With a plan in place, Lyra and the sprites made their way back to Ember Hollow. As the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops, the flicker sprites released their shimmering dust, painting the morning with a gentle glow that woke the village softly. The villagers were delighted by this new, magical dawn. They gathered around Lyra, thanking her for solving the mystery and bringing such beauty to their days. The clock, too, began to tick once more, its hands moving gracefully in time with the village's new rhythm. From that day on, Ember Hollow awoke to the gentle glow of the flicker sprites, a reminder that time was not just measured by hours and minutes, but also by the moments of magic and wonder shared in friendship. As Lyra lay in bed that night, she listened to the comforting sounds of the village settling into sleep. The mystery had been solved, and a new tradition had begun, one that brought joy to all. She closed her eyes, comforted by the thought that sometimes the smallest of wonders could light up the world in the most unexpected ways. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled slumber. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and the whispering pines of the great woodland, there existed a tale as old as the stones themselves. It was a place where the sun's golden rays painted the mornings with warmth, and the evenings were serenaded by the gentle chorus of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. In this village, the air always carried the scent of honeysuckle and fresh earth, a testament to the harmony between nature and its human inhabitants. The village was small, with cobblestone paths winding through clusters of thatched roof cottages, each with their own story to tell. The heart of this village was the village square, where a towering, ancient oak stood, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. It was here that the villagers would gather for festivals, market days, and to share stories that had been passed down through generations. Among the inhabitants of this peaceful hamlet was a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reflecting the emerald hues of the forest, Leora was known for her curious nature and kind heart. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke of times when magic was as common as the morning dew. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of reds and golds, Leora awoke with a familiar sense of longing. She felt a pull towards the forest, a call that whispered promises of secrets and adventures untold. Her grandmother, sensing this restlessness, smiled knowingly over her steaming cup of herbal tea. "Ah, Leora," she said, her voice a gentle melody, "the forest calls to those who listen with their hearts. Take this." She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden key. It was old, its surface smooth from years of being held. "This key has been in our family for generations. It opens a door that only reveals itself to those who seek it with pure intentions." Leora's eyes widened in wonder as she took the key, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. "A door, grandmother? Where does it lead?" "To a world hidden within our own, a place where magic thrives and possibilities are endless. But remember, dear one, the journey is not just about where you go, but who you become along the way." With her grandmother's blessing, Leora set off towards the forest, her heart light with anticipation. The path was familiar, yet with each step, it seemed as if the forest was revealing a new side of itself. The canopy above was a tapestry of sunlight and shadow, and the air hummed with a subtle energy that made Leora's skin tingle. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she heard a soft, melodic chirping. Following the sound, she came upon a clearing where a stream gurgled merrily over smooth stones. Perched on a rock was a tiny, iridescent bird, its feathers a dazzling array of colors that shimmered like a rainbow. It sang a tune so sweet that Leora could not help but smile. "Hello there," she greeted softly, careful not to startle the creature. To her surprise, the bird stopped its song and tilted its head, fixing her with a curious gaze. Then, in a voice as light as a breeze, it spoke. "Greetings, young traveler. I see you carry the key of the ancients. Are you seeking the hidden realm?" Leora nodded, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Yes, I am. My grandmother gave me this key. She said it would lead me to a world of magic." The bird fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of tiny sparkles into the air. "Indeed it will. But first, you must solve a riddle to find the door. Listen well. I am not alive, yet I grow. I do not breathe, yet I need air. I have no mouth, yet I can drown. What am I?" Leora pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in concentration. She thought of the elements of nature, of things that could grow without being alive, and then it struck her. "Fire," she said confidently. The answer is fire. The bird chirped in delight, its feathers glowing with approval. Correct. Follow the stream until you reach the old willow. There, you will find the door you seek. With gratitude in her heart, Leora thanked the bird and continued her journey. The stream led her through the heart of the forest, past ancient trees that whispered secrets in a language only they understood. Eventually, she arrived at the old willow, its branches swaying gently as if in greeting. Beneath the willow's protective embrace, Leora saw a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a shimmering portal of light. Stepping through the portal, Leora found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a deep, cerulean blue, dotted with fluffy clouds that floated lazily by. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of laughter. It was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of reality. As she ventured further, Leora was greeted by creatures both familiar and fantastical. She met a family of talking rabbits who offered her sweet berries and a wise old tortoise who shared stories of the land's history. Each encounter left her with a sense of wonder and a deeper understanding of the world around her. But the most remarkable meeting was yet to come. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Leora stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent creature, a unicorn with a coat as white as snow and a mane that shimmered like starlight. The unicorn regarded her with gentle eyes, and Leora felt a wave of calm wash over her. "Welcome, brave one," the unicorn spoke, its voice a soothing melody. "You have traveled far to reach this place." Leora nodded, her heart full of questions and awe. "I have seen so much, learned so much, but I still do not know why I was called here." The unicorn lowered its head, its horn casting a soft light over Leora. "Sometimes the journey is its own answer. You have discovered the magic within you, the strength of your heart, and the importance of kindness and friendship. These are gifts you will carry with you, wherever your path may lead." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora thanked the unicorn and knew it was time to return home. As she stepped back through the portal and into the familiar embrace of the forest, she felt a change within her, a quiet confidence and a deeper connection to the world around her. When she reached her village, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the rooftops. Her grandmother awaited her by the fire, her eyes twinkling with pride as Leora recounted her adventure. "You have grown, my dear," her grandmother said, embracing her tightly. "The journey has changed you, and now you know that magic is not just in fairy tales, but in the love and kindness we share with others." As the fire crackled softly and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She had found the hidden world within the forest, but more importantly, she had discovered the magic within herself. And as she drifted into a gentle sleep, she knew that the journey was only just beginning, and that she would always be guided by the light of her own heart. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle shoemaker named Thomas. His days were spent crafting shoes that cradled feet in comfort, and his evenings by the fire reading tales of wonder and whimsy. Thomas had always been content in his small corner of the world, until one autumn evening when his life took a turn he never imagined. That evening, as the sun cast golden ribbons across the cobblestone streets, Thomas found himself wandering through the village market. His eye caught something peculiar, a small, unassuming wooden box, tucked away among colorful scarves and gleaming trinkets at a vendor's stall. The box seemed to hum with a music only he could hear. Curious, he picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingertips. The vendor, an elderly woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, noticed his interest. "Ah, you found my little secret," she said, her voice as smooth as honey. "That box has a story, if you're willing to listen." Thomas nodded, his curiosity piqued. The woman explained that the box held an extraordinary secret. It could reveal hidden paths and guide those who were lost, not just in the world, but in life. All one needed was to be open to its magic and follow where it led. Intrigued and enchanted, Thomas purchased the box and carried it home. That night, as the fire crackled softly and the moonlight painted his humble workshop in silver, he carefully opened the box. Inside was a simple pair of spectacles, their lenses clear but with an inexplicable shimmer. Upon placing them on his nose, the world around Thomas transformed. Colors danced with new vibrancy, and the hum of the village seemed to sing a melody only he could understand. But more astonishingly, faint trails of light appeared, weaving through the air like gentle streams, beckoning him to follow. With a heart full of wonder, Thomas decided to embark on a journey. He packed a small bag and, with the spectacles perched on his nose, set out to follow the shimmering trails. The trails led him out of the village, through lush meadows that swayed like a sea of emeralds, and into the ancient forest that bordered his home. In the depths of the forest, Thomas encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched solemnly on a branch. Oliver, with feathers as soft as down and eyes that gleamed with knowledge, became Thomas's first companion. "Where the heart is open, wisdom follows," Oliver hooted softly, offering guidance as they journeyed deeper into the woods. Together they navigated through groves of towering trees and across babbling brooks, each step a melody of leaves and water. Along the way they met a playful squirrel named Lily, whose boundless energy and inquisitive nature brought joy to their travels. Lily, with her knack for finding hidden treasures, uncovered a map etched on an old oak leaf, which added new paths to their journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the trio arrived at a clearing where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark woven with golden threads and its branches stretching toward the heavens like a cathedral of nature. The tree, ancient and wise, spoke in whispers carried by the wind. It told of a hidden grove where a fountain of wisdom flowed, accessible only to those who sought knowledge with an open heart. The challenge was not one of strength, but of understanding and insight. Guided by the tree's whispers and the spectacle's gentle glow, Thomas, Oliver, and Lily ventured to the grove. Upon reaching it, they found not a grand fountain, but a simple, clear pool, reflecting the stars above. To unlock its secrets, they each had to offer something from their heart, a memory, a dream, a hope. Thomas shared a memory of crafting shoes for a child who danced in them with delight. Oliver offered a dream of a world where wisdom was cherished above all, and Lily spoke of her hope for endless adventures with friends. As their words mingled with the night air, the pool shimmered, and images of understanding danced upon its surface. In that moment, Thomas realized the true magic of the spectacles wasn't in showing him new paths, but in revealing the beauty of the journey itself. It was the friendships forged, the wisdom gained, and the kindness shared that were the real treasures. With their hearts full and spirits light, they began their journey home. The trails of light that had once beckoned Thomas now seemed to glow with a newfound warmth, guiding them back to the village. As they returned, Thomas knew he was forever changed, not by the destination, but by the journey and the companions who walked beside him. Back at his workshop, the spectacles rested in the wooden box, their purpose fulfilled. And though he no longer needed them to see the hidden trails, Thomas kept them as a reminder of a journey that filled his heart with wonder and his life with friendship. And so in the quiet of the night, with the fire softly crackling and the village asleep under a blanket of stars, Thomas drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of trails yet to be discovered and adventures yet to be had, knowing that with an open heart, he would always find his way. Story 33. In the quiet village of Glenshire, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, there lived a young girl named Livia. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, with climbing roses and ivy creeping over wooden fences. Livia's home stood on the edge of this quaint settlement, where the forest began its gentle ascent up the hillside. Livia was a child of twinkling eyes and an imagination as vast as the skies above. Her days were filled with the simple joys of country life, helping her mother in the garden, tending to the hens, and exploring the nearby woods with her best friend, a small, scrappy dog named Pippin. Pippin was a bundle of energy and affection, his fur as soft as the clouds that drifted lazily across the summer sky. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a golden glow, Livia and Pippin ventured into the woods for their usual twilight walk. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of pine needles and dew-kissed leaves. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Livia noticed something unusual, a faint, shimmering light flickering between the trees, as if the stars themselves had descended from the heavens to dance upon the forest floor. Curiosity piqued, Livia followed the light, with Pippin trotting eagerly at her side. They soon found themselves in a small clearing, where the source of the glow was revealed, a delicate silver thread, glimmering with an ethereal light, stretched taut between two ancient oaks. The thread seemed to hum with a gentle melody, a tune that resonated deep within Livia's heart. "Look, Pippin," she whispered, kneeling to examine the thread more closely. The little dog sniffed at the ground, his tail wagging with excitement. Livia reached out, her fingers brushing the thread lightly. As she did, a warm sensation washed over her, as if she were being enveloped in a comforting embrace. The thread, it seemed, was no ordinary creation. It was a portal, a gateway to a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, Livia stepped over the thread, Pippin leaping after her with a joyful bark. In an instant, the world around them transformed. They found themselves standing in a realm of wonder, where the trees towered like ancient sentinels, their leaves shimmering with iridescent hues. The air was alive with the sound of a gentle breeze, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the melodic chirping of unseen birds. Livia's heart swelled with awe as she and Pippin ventured further into this enchanted forest. Everywhere she looked there was beauty and magic, a stream that flowed with crystal-clear water, its surface reflecting the colors of the rainbow, flowers that bloomed with a luminescence that rivaled the stars, and creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last, peeking curiously from behind the foliage. As they walked, Livia noticed a path lined with glowing stones, leading them deeper into the heart of this hidden world. With Pippin by her side, she followed the path, her steps light and her spirit buoyant with the thrill of discovery. The path led them to a glade bathed in moonlight, where a small round table stood at the center. Upon the table was a teapot, delicately painted with scenes of forests and streams, and two cups, each adorned with images of frolicking woodland creatures. A gentle voice, as soft as the rustle of leaves, floated through the air. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. Livia looked around, her eyes wide with wonder, and saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a woman with hair as silver as moonbeams and eyes that twinkled like stars. She wore a gown woven from the fabric of twilight, shifting and shimmering with every movement. "Who are you?" Livia asked, her voice tinged with awe. "I am Elysia," the woman replied with a warm smile. "Guardian of this realm, you have found the thread of passage, a gift for those who seek wisdom and wonder." Livia's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. She had always believed in the magic of stories, but to find herself in one was beyond her wildest dreams. "Please, join me for tea," Elysia offered, gesturing to the table. Livia and Pippin settled themselves on the soft moss beside the table, and Elysia poured a fragrant brew into the cups. The aroma was like a bouquet of wildflowers, sweet and soothing. As they sipped the tea, which tasted of sunlit meadows and cool forest streams, Elysia spoke of the land they had entered. It was a place where time moved like a gentle river, where the seasons danced in harmony, and where the creatures of the forest lived in peace and unity. "But not all is as it should be," Elysia said, a shadow passing over her face. "There is a mystery that has unsettled the harmony of this realm, a fading of light, a dimming of colors. It began when the ancient well at the heart of the forest fell silent." "A well?" Livia asked, intrigued. "Yes," Elysia nodded. "The Well of Whispers, it is called. It holds the stories of this land, the dreams of its inhabitants, and the wisdom of ages past. But now it is silent, and we do not know why." Livia felt a stirring of resolve within her. She had always been drawn to mysteries, to puzzles that begged to be solved. "Perhaps I can help," she offered, her voice steady and earnest. Elysia regarded her with a gentle smile. "You have a kind heart, child. If you wish to aid us, you must journey to the well and listen with your heart. The answer may reveal itself to those who seek it with pure intent." With a nod of determination, Livia agreed to undertake the quest. Elysia handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This will guide you," she said. "Inside is a compass, but not one of metal and needle. It is a compass of the heart, attuned to the whispers of this land." Livia accepted the box with gratitude, feeling its warmth seep into her hands. With Pippin at her side, she set off on her journey, following the path that wound through the enchanted forest. The path was lined with wonders at every turn, a waterfall cascading into a pool of liquid light, trees that sang with the voices of the wind, and creatures that watched with eyes full of ancient wisdom. As they walked, Livia opened the wooden box. Inside lay a smooth, translucent stone, glowing softly. It pulsed gently, guiding her steps with an unseen force. The journey was long, but Livia and Pippin pressed on, their spirits buoyed by the beauty around them. They crossed bridges woven from vines, climbed hills carpeted with wildflowers, and traversed valleys where mist curled like silver ribbons. Finally, they reached a clearing where the Well of Whispers stood, a circular stone structure, overgrown with moss and vines, its surface carved with intricate runes. The air was thick with an expectant silence, as if the forest itself held its breath. Livia approached the well, her heart beating in time with the stone in her hand. She knelt beside it, placing her ear to the cool stone rim. At first there was nothing but silence, but as she closed her eyes and listened deeper, she heard a faint melodic whisper, a song of the earth, of roots and leaves, of time and memory. The whispers told of a forgotten story, a tale of loss and longing. Long ago, a great tree had stood at the heart of the forest, its roots entwined with those of the well. But a storm had come, fierce and relentless, tearing the tree from the earth and severing its connection to the well. Without the tree's presence, the well had grown silent, its whispers fading like echoes in the wind. Livia opened her eyes, understanding dawning within her. The tree must be restored, its roots reconnected to the well, for the whispers to return. With renewed purpose, she and Pippin retraced their steps to the glade where Elysia awaited. As they walked, Livia pondered how they might heal the land. Her mind drifted to the stories her grandmother had told her, tales of nature's resilience, of how life persisted against all odds. When they reached the glade, Livia shared what she had learned with Elysia. The guardian listened, her expression thoughtful. "The tree must be reborn," Elysia said, "but it will require a seed from the heart of the forest, a seed imbued with the magic of this land." Livia nodded, determination burning in her eyes. "Where can I find such a seed?" Elysia gestured to the compass in Livia's hand. "Trust in your heart, and it will guide you." With a sense of purpose, Livia and Pippin set off once more, following the gentle pulse of the stone. Their journey took them to the heart of the forest, where the air shimmered with a golden light. There, in a grove where the sun and moon seemed to meet, they found a tree unlike any other, a magnificent oak, its branches spreading like the arms of a guardian. At its base lay a single acorn, glowing with an inner light. Livia knelt and carefully picked up the acorn, cradling it in her hands. She felt its warmth, its promise of life and renewal. With the seed in hand, Livia and Pippin returned to the Well of Whispers. As she planted the acorn in the rich, dark soil beside the well, she felt a surge of energy, a connection that pulsed through the earth beneath her feet. Time seemed to stand still as the acorn took root, its growth accelerated by the magic of the land. Before their eyes, a sapling emerged, its leaves unfurling in the gentle breeze, its roots reaching deep into the earth to intertwine with those of the well. As the tree grew, the air around them shimmered with an ethereal light. The whispers returned, a chorus of voices rising from the well, singing of hope and renewal, of stories yet to be told. Elysia appeared beside them, her face radiant with joy. "The bond is restored," she said softly. "You have brought life back to the well, and with it, the whispers of this land." Livia felt a deep sense of peace, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had embarked on a journey that had changed her in ways she could not have imagined, and in doing so she had become a part of a story that would live on in the whispers of the forest. As the sun set beyond the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Livia and Pippin prepared to return to their village. Elysia walked with them to the edge of the forest, where the silver thread still glimmered between the trees. "Thank you," Livia said, her voice filled with emotion. For everything. Elysia smiled, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Remember, child, the heart is the true compass. Trust it always, and it will guide you to where you are meant to be. With those words, Livia and Pippin stepped over the thread, returning to the world they knew. As they made their way home, the village lights twinkling in the distance, Livia felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the magic that lay within and around her. That night, as she lay in bed with Pippin curled at her side, Livia closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the forest, carrying her into dreams of wonder and adventure. And she knew, deep within her heart, that she would always be a part of the story, a tale of friendship, of courage, and of the magic that binds us all. Story 34. In a tranquil corner of the world, nestled between whispering streams and towering pines, lay the evergreen glade. This ancient forest was a mosaic of life and mystery, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine needles, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a lullaby as the breeze danced through the canopy. Within this enchanted realm lived a community of creatures, each attuned to the rhythms of nature. Among them was a wise old owl named Ollivander, with eyes that glimmered like polished amber, and a gentle fawn called Fira, whose coat glistened with the dapples of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Together, they shared a bond woven from years of friendship and the shared wisdom of the forest. The creatures of the evergreen glade knew the secrets of the seasons, a knowledge passed down from one generation to the next. They understood the delicate balance of their world, where each breath of wind and drop of rain played its part in the grand symphony of life. It was said that the very heart of the forest pulsed with magic, a force that could be felt in the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the morning dew. One summer's eve, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, a ripple of concern passed through the glade. The usually gentle breeze had picked up, carrying with it an unsettling chill, and the birds' songs were muted, their melodies lost in the sudden rustling of leaves. It was then that Ollivander, perched high on an ancient oak, summoned the creatures to gather beneath the spreading branches. "My dear friends," Ollivander began, his voice as soothing as the river's flow, "there is a change in the air, a shift that speaks of imbalance. We must come together to understand and restore harmony to our home." Fira, with her trusting eyes and tender heart, stepped forward. "What can we do, Ollivander? How can we help the forest find its song again?" The owl's gaze softened, and he spread his wings wide, gesturing to the assembly of creatures. "We must listen to the whispers of the forest, for it holds the answers we seek. Each of us has a role to play, guided by the wisdom of our ancestors and the spirits of nature." As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the gathering, the creatures settled into a circle, their breaths mingling with the cool night air. They closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the gentle hum of life around them. It was then that the magic of the evergreen glade began to unfurl its secrets. Fira felt the pulse of the earth beneath her hooves, a rhythmic thrum that echoed the beating of her own heart. She sensed the roots of the trees, deep and strong, connected in a vast network that cradled the forest. In that moment, she understood that the balance lay in the unity of all life, the trees, the animals, the very soil itself. Ollivander, with his keen senses, detected a voice carried on the wind, a faint whisper that spoke of ancient storms and the cyclical dance of the seasons. He realized that the imbalance was tied to a disruption in this natural cycle, a disturbance that had thrown the weather into disarray. The creatures shared their insights, weaving together a tapestry of knowledge that spanned generations. They spoke of the importance of each season's role, from the nurturing rains of spring to the restful slumber of winter, and how the harmony of their world depended on each playing its part. With newfound understanding, the creatures set about their task. The birds took to the skies, spreading seeds to encourage new growth. The squirrels and chipmunks gathered fallen leaves, creating a protective layer over the earth. Even the smallest insects joined in, aerating the soil and ensuring it remained fertile. As the days passed, a gentle balance began to return. The winds softened, and the songs of the birds once more filled the air with their joyful melodies. The forest, in its wisdom, responded to the creatures' efforts, its heart beating with a steady, comforting rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of gold and crimson, Ollivander called the creatures together once more. "We have restored harmony to our home," he said, his voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "But let us remember the lesson we have learned, that we are all part of this great tapestry of life, and it is our unity and wisdom that guide us through the challenges we face." Fira, her eyes shining with the light of understanding, nuzzled Ollivander in thanks. "We are the keepers of this forest," she said softly, "and it is our love and care that will see it flourish for generations to come." As the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the velvet sky, the creatures of the evergreen glade settled into their nests and burrows, the gentle song of the forest lulling them into a peaceful slumber. And so the glade thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of nature. In the stillness of the night, the ancient forest whispered its secrets to the stars, and the creatures dreamed of seasons yet to come, their hearts forever bound to the rhythm of the earth. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the stars and the moonlight painted patterns on the forest floor, there lay a quaint little village named Everglen. The village, though modest, was known far and wide for its serene beauty and the gentle hum of magic that lingered in the air like a soft melody. One golden autumn morning, as the sun cast a warm glow through the amber leaves, something peculiar began to happen in Everglen. The villagers awoke to find their socks missing from the clotheslines, replaced with tiny, shimmering feathers that glimmered like captured starlight. This strange occurrence puzzled everyone, and the mystery deepened when the village bell, which had remained silent for years, began to toll softly at dusk. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Clara, who had an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of kindness. Her best friend was a small, mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose eyes twinkled with a cleverness that belied his size. Together, they decided to unravel the mystery that had woven itself into the fabric of their peaceful village. Clara and Pip began their investigation by visiting the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the hollow of the ancient oak tree at the edge of the woods. Orin was a revered figure, known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom. As they approached, Orin blinked his golden eyes slowly and hooted softly in greeting. "Dear Orin," Clara began, "strange things are happening in Everglen. Socks have vanished, replaced by feathers, and the old bell rings every evening. We seek your wisdom to understand why." Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Clara, mysteries are like the gentle ripples of a pond. They spread and touch everything around them. To solve them, one must listen as much as look." Taking Orin's advice to heart, Clara and Pip decided to listen to the whispers of the woods. They wandered through the village, observing the patterns of the fallen leaves and listening to the rustling of the branches. As they walked, they noticed a trail of tiny footprints leading away from the village toward the silver stream, a place where the water sang a soft, bubbling tune. Following the trail, they came upon a clearing where sunlight danced upon the stream's surface. There they found a group of tiny, ethereal creatures known as luminasprites, whose wings shimmered with the same starlit glow as the feathers left behind. The luminasprites were known to be playful and kind, often helping lost travelers find their way with their gentle light. The luminasprites fluttered around Clara and Pip, chattering in a language that sounded like the tinkling of tiny bells. One of them, a particularly bright sprite named Lyra, approached and began to explain in a voice as soft as a breeze. "We meant no harm, dear ones," said Lyra, her wings creating a soft halo of light. "We borrowed the socks as part of a game, intending to return them with a gift of our feathers. As for the bell, it is our way of announcing the changing of the seasons, a celebration of the cycle of life." Clara and Pip exchanged smiles, understanding the innocent intentions of the luminasprites. With gentle words, Clara explained the villagers' confusion and concern. The luminasprites nodded in understanding, their eyes filled with apology and warmth. "We shall return the socks and explain our actions to the villagers," promised Lyra, her voice bright with sincerity. "And perhaps, with your help, we can turn the bell ringing into a joyful celebration that includes everyone." With a plan in place, Clara and Pip returned to Everglen alongside the luminous sprites. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village, the luminous sprites flitted about, returning the socks with added gifts of their luminous feathers. The villagers, initially surprised, soon laughed at the whimsical nature of the sprites' game. That evening, as the gentle chime of the village bell rang out, the villagers gathered in the square, where Clara and Pip, along with their new sprite friends, shared the story of their adventure. The luminous sprites fluttered above, their lights twinkling like stars come to earth, and together they all celebrated the turning of the seasons with joy and understanding. From that day forward, the ringing of the bell at dusk became a cherished tradition in Everglen, a reminder of the magic and wonder that thrived in their world. And as the villagers went to bed each night, they did so with hearts as warm and cozy as the fires that crackled in their hearths, knowing that sometimes the strangest occurrences lead to the most delightful of friendships. Story 36. Title: Whispers of the Enchanted Glade. In the heart of the ancient Everwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets known only to the wind and the sky, there existed a hidden world that few eyes had ever glimpsed. It was said that on nights when the moon hung like a lantern in the velvet sky, the forest would reveal its magic to those pure of heart and brave of spirit. It was on such a night that young Finn, a curious lad with a heart as open as the morning sky, found himself wandering beneath the canopy of stars, drawn by a melody as soft and sweet as a lullaby. Finn had always felt a peculiar connection to the forest. Raised on the edge of the woods by his grandmother, who spun tales of enchantment and wonder, he often found solace among the trees, listening to the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of brooks. On this particular night, as the world seemed to slumber under the blanket of twilight, he followed the elusive tune, each note pulling him deeper into the forest's embrace. The path twisted and turned, alive with the scents of pine and damp earth. Fireflies danced like tiny lanterns, their glow weaving a shimmering tapestry around him. As Finn moved onward, the song grew louder, a harmonious blend of chimes and flutes, leading him to a glade bathed in moonlight. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where time seemed to pause and the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. In the center of this glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens as if in a silent prayer. Nestled within its roots, Finn discovered a shimmering object, a small, intricately carved wooden box, emanating a soft, golden light. He knelt before it, his heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As his fingers brushed the surface, the music ceased, leaving the night silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Finn hesitated, recalling his grandmother's warnings about the capricious nature of magic. Yet curiosity outweighed caution, and with a deep breath, he opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver flute, its surface engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. As Finn lifted it from its resting place, a warmth spread through his fingers, as if the flute itself were alive. He brought it to his lips, and as he played a tentative note, a cascade of light erupted from the flute, swirling around him like a cloak of stars. The melody flowed from his fingertips, weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated with the very soul of the forest. Trees bowed their heads, and flowers bloomed in response, their petals unfurling to the rhythm of the song. As the final note faded into the night, Finn felt a presence beside him, a figure cloaked in shadows and moonlight. It was a woman, her hair cascading down her back like a river of silver, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. She smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that spoke of kindness and understanding. "You have awakened the heart of the Everwood," she said, her voice a soft whisper carried on the breeze. "This flute is a gift, a bridge between worlds. It holds the power to heal and to harm, depending on the heart of its bearer." Finn gazed at the flute, understanding dawning within him. "I don't want to harm," he said earnestly. "I only wish to learn." The woman nodded, her eyes warm with approval. "Then let the music guide you, young one. The forest has chosen you as its guardian, but the path ahead is fraught with challenges. Be wise, and remember, true strength lies not in power, but in the heart." With those words she faded into the night, leaving Finn alone with the flute and the weight of his newfound responsibility. He stood there for a long moment, the realization of his task settling around him like a cloak. The forest was a place of wonder, yes, but also of secrets and shadows. He would need to tread carefully, guided by the melody of his heart. Days turned into weeks, and Finn found himself returning to the glade each night, the flute a constant companion. He practiced tirelessly, learning to coax magic from the notes, to weave spells of protection and healing. The forest responded in kind, revealing its hidden wonders, a waterfall cascading into a pool of starlight, a grove where flowers bloomed in eternal spring. Word of Finn's music spread through the village at the forest's edge. People came, drawn by the tales of a boy who played a flute that could make the trees dance and the rivers sing. With each visitor, Finn shared the magic of the Everwood, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the world around them. Among those who came was Lila, a spirited girl with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. She watched Finn with a mixture of awe and determination, her heart set on learning the secrets of the flute. Though Finn hesitated at first, the warmth of her friendship soon won him over, and he began to teach her the language of the forest. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the woods, their laughter echoing through the trees. Under Finn's guidance, Lila learned to play her own melodies, each note infused with the joy and wonder she felt. The forest welcomed her as it had welcomed Finn, and together they wove a tapestry of music and friendship that defied the boundaries of the ordinary world. Yet, as with all tales of magic, shadows lurked on the horizon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest settled into twilight, Finn and Lila stumbled upon a clearing unlike any they had seen before. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, and the trees stood silent and unmoving, their leaves a ghostly white. At the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, its surface covered in strange, twisting runes. Finn felt a chill run down his spine as he approached, the flute in his hand growing heavy with foreboding. Lila stood beside him, her expression mirroring his unease. "This place feels wrong," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of leaves. Finn nodded, his gaze fixed on the altar. "There's a darkness here, something that doesn't belong." As they stood there, the air shimmered, and a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, imposing man with eyes as cold and unforgiving as a winter storm. His presence seemed to drain the warmth from the air, leaving the clearing shrouded in an icy chill. "Who dares trespass in this sacred place?" the man demanded, his voice a low, menacing growl. Finn stepped forward, the flute clutched tightly in his hand. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "We were drawn here by the music of the forest." The man's gaze flickered to the flute, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. "Ah, the guardian of the Everwood," he said, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Your music is powerful, but it is nothing compared to the darkness that dwells here." Finn's heart thudded in his chest, but he held his ground. "The forest chose me to protect it," he said firmly. "I won't let you harm it." The man's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that sent shivers down Finn's spine. "You are but a child," he sneered. "What can you hope to do against the power I wield?" Finn glanced at Lila, drawing strength from her steadfast presence. Together they had faced the challenges of the forest, and together they would face this new threat. He lifted the flute to his lips, the melody rising in defiance, a song of hope and courage that resonated with the very soul of the forest. Lila joined him, her voice weaving through the notes, a harmony of light and warmth that banished the shadows from the clearing. The trees stirred, their leaves rustling in a symphony of support, and the ground trembled beneath their feet as the forest itself rose to their defense. The man's expression twisted with rage as the light from their music enveloped him, the darkness retreating in the face of their combined strength. With a final furious cry, he vanished, his presence banished from the glade. As the last notes of their song faded into the night, the clearing returned to its natural state, the trees once again green and vibrant, the air filled with the gentle hum of nature. Finn and Lila stood together, their hearts still pounding with the adrenaline of their victory. "You did it," Lila said, her eyes shining with admiration. "We did it." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his chest. "The forest did it," he corrected gently. "We were just the instruments." Together, they returned to the village, the flute a reminder of the bond they shared and the magic they had awakened. Finn's grandmother welcomed them home with open arms, her eyes filled with pride and understanding. She had always known that the forest held secrets, and she was glad that her grandson had found his place among them. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the stars twinkled overhead, Finn and Lila shared their tale with the villagers, their words weaving a tapestry of wonder and friendship. The forest, they explained, was a place of magic and mystery, a world where anything was possible if one only listened to the whispers of the trees. And so the legend of the Everwood Guardian grew, a story passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of music and the strength of friendship. Finn and Lila continued to explore the forest, their bond unbreakable, their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the woods. In the years that followed, the Everwood remained a place of enchantment, a sanctuary for those who dared to dream. The flute, now worn with use, became a symbol of hope and courage, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always light to be found. As for Finn and Lila, they grew into wise and kind-hearted leaders, their lives a testament to the power of love and friendship. The forest, ever watchful, continued to guide them, its whispers a constant presence in their hearts. And so, beneath the canopy of stars and the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, their story came to a close, a tale of magic and wonder, of courage and friendship, of a boy and a girl who listened to the whispers of the enchanted glade and found their place in the world. And as the firelight flickered and the night deepened, the forest sang its eternal lullaby, a melody of peace and comfort that lulled all who heard it into a gentle, dream-filled slumber. Story 37. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper, keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper, keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed softly like dancers in a gentle breeze, there lay a quaint little village named Elderwood. This village was known for its cobblestone paths that wound like ribbons through the deep emerald forest, and its charming cottages with ivy creeping up their thatched roofs. The air always seemed to carry the scent of pine and freshly baked bread, which made the village feel forever warm and welcoming. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, the villagers of Elderwood noticed something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the village streets, usually glowing with a steady warm light, began flickering mysteriously, casting playful shadows that danced along the cobblestones. The villagers gathered in the main square, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow, whispering amongst themselves about the strange occurrences. Among the crowd was a clever young girl named Leora, with eyes as bright as the stars above and a mind as sharp as a quill. Leora had always been fascinated by mysteries, her curiosity insatiable like a brook seeking the sea. She decided that she would uncover the cause of this strange flickering light. The next morning, with the village still abuzz with the previous night's events, Leora set out on her quest. Her first stop was the home of the village elder, Restful, a wise old man named Eamon, who had lived in Elderwood for as long as the oldest oak could remember. His cottage was a cozy nook filled with books and scrolls, and the air inside was rich with the scent of parchment and the faint hint of herbs. "Elder Eamon," Leora began, her voice respectful and eager, "what do you think could be causing the lanterns to flicker so oddly?" Eamon stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully and replied, "There are many wonders and mysteries in our world, dear Leora. Sometimes the answers are found not by looking too hard, but by observing the world around you with an open heart." With his words in mind, Leora thanked him and continued her journey. She wandered through the village, her senses attuned to every sound and sight. As she passed by the lush meadows where the wildflowers swayed in the breeze, she noticed a curious thing. A family of fireflies, glowing brightly in the daylight, something they never usually did. Intrigued, Leora followed the fireflies as they fluttered towards the edge of the woods. There, she met a group of gnomes, their tiny faces filled with concern. Gnomes were known in Elderwood for their affinity with light and their mischievous, yet kind-hearted nature. "Little friends," Leora greeted them warmly, "do you know anything about the flickering lanterns in our village?" One of the gnomes, with a hat as red as a ripe apple and eyes that twinkled like the evening star, stepped forward. "Ah, young Leora," he began, "the fireflies have been restless. Something is disturbing the harmony of their glow, and we fear it may be linked to the old crystal cave." The crystal cave was a place of wonder, where the walls shimmered with 1,000 colors, and the air hummed with an ancient melody. It was said that the cave housed a magical crystal, and was the heart of light for the entire forest. Determined to solve the mystery, Leora thanked the gnomes and made her way to the cave, her heart steady and brave. As she entered, the gentle sound of trickling water echoed in the cavern, and the air was cool, kissed by the breath of the earth itself. The crystals glowed softly, but their usual vibrant light seemed dimmed, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. As Leora ventured deeper, she noticed a small creature nestled amongst the crystals. It was a moon moth, its wings like delicate lace shimmering in the hues of the cave. The moth appeared weary, its glow faint. "Poor little one," Leora murmured gently, kneeling beside it. "What troubles you?" The moon moth, in a voice as soft as a whisper, explained that a thread of darkness had woven its way into the crystal, causing the flickering light throughout the village. The balance of light and shadow had been disturbed, and the moth, a guardian of the light, had been trying to mend it. Understanding now, Leora thought carefully. She recalled Elder Eamon's advice to observe with an open heart. She took a deep breath and let herself feel the rhythm of the cave, the pulse of the crystal. With newfound clarity, Leora began to sing a gentle song, one she remembered from her grandmother, a tune that spoke of harmony and light. Her voice, tender and pure, filled the cave, resonating with the crystals. Slowly, the shadows that clung to the light began to dissolve, chased away by the warmth of her melody. The moon moth fluttered its wings, drawing strength from the song. Its glow brightened, and soon the entire cave was bathed in a radiant light once more. Leora smiled softly, watching as the harmony was restored. "Thank you," the moon moth said, its eyes grateful. "Your heart has brought balance back to the light." Returning to the village, Leora found the lanterns shining steadily, their light tranquil and soothing. The villagers gathered around her, eager to hear of her adventure. As she recounted her tale, she reminded them of the power of observation and the gentle strength of a kind heart. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village nestled snugly under their watchful gaze, Leora lay in her bed, a contented smile on her face. She had solved the mystery, not with force, but with understanding and care. And so, in the cozy village of Elderwood, where mysteries were unraveled with warmth and wisdom, the lanterns glowed brightly, a testament to the gentle power of friendship and the enduring light of a kind heart. Story 40. Once upon a time, nestled in the lush, verdant folds of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was a creature of habit, content in her cozy cottage where the fire always crackled warmly, and the scent of lavender and honey hung in the air. She adored her routine, tending to her garden of moonflowers and starlight herbs, sketching the woodland creatures that visited her glade, and sipping chamomile tea as the sun dipped below the horizon. Yet, as the seasons shifted from the vibrant greens of summer to the golden hues of autumn, a stirring of restlessness began to flutter within her heart. It was as if the wind itself whispered to her, urging her to step beyond the familiarity of her life. Though the thought of change sent a shiver through her, Leora felt a small seed of curiosity begin to sprout within her. One crisp morning, as the forest was bathed in the amber glow of dawn, Leora decided to wander beyond her usual path. Her journey led her to a secluded glen she had never seen before, a place where the air shimmered with enchantment. In the center of the glen stood a magnificent old oak tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom, its branches like arms reaching out to embrace the sky. As Leora approached, she noticed a peculiar door set into the tree's trunk, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the morning light. Tentatively, she reached out and traced the patterns with her fingertips, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from the wood. It was then that she heard a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in a breeze. "Welcome, dear Leora," the voice murmured. "I am Aeolus, the guardian of this enchanted glen. You have come seeking something, have you not?" Surprised but not frightened, Leora nodded. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely louder than the whispering leaves. "I feel a yearning for something new, something beyond what I have known." Aeolus chuckled softly, a sound like acorns tumbling to the forest floor. "Change is the wind's companion, my dear. It can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Step inside, and let us discover what lies within you." With curiosity outweighing her trepidation, Leora opened the door and stepped into the heart of the tree. She found herself in a cozy room, its walls lined with shelves filled with glowing crystals and ancient scrolls. In the center of the room sat a small table, upon which lay a shimmering mirror. "Look into the mirror, Leora," Aeolus instructed gently. "It will show you not just what you are, but what you can become." Leora gazed into the mirror, expecting to see her own reflection. Instead, she saw images of herself in various forms, each one a version of her that had embraced new facets of life. There she was, exploring distant lands, painting vibrant sunsets, and sharing laughter with newfound friends. Each image radiated with a light that warmed her heart. "But how?" Leora asked, her voice filled with wonder. "How do I become all these things?" "By allowing yourself to grow," Aeolus replied. "Change begins with the smallest of steps, and with each step you'll find the courage to take another." Encouraged, Leora returned to her cottage, her mind swirling with possibilities. She began to experiment with small changes, trying new recipes with the herbs from her garden, inviting her woodland friends for evening gatherings, and exploring the forest with a curious eye. Each change, though small, felt like a breath of fresh air, filling her life with colors she had never imagined. Leora's transformation did not go unnoticed. Her friends, the gentle owl named Orin and the playful fox called Mirren, were quick to offer their support. Orin, with his wise eyes, would share stories of his own adventures, encouraging Leora with tales of bravery and friendship. Mirren, with her boundless energy, would pull Leora into playful escapades, reminding her to find joy in the journey. As the days turned into weeks, Leora's heart began to mirror the vibrancy of the forest around her. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a dance to embrace, a dance that brought her closer to the person she was meant to be. One evening, as she sat by her fireplace, the crackling flames casting a warm glow around her, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. She had learned that while change could be unsettling, it was also a source of endless wonder. Her journey had shown her that growth was a magical transformation in its own right, a transformation that began with a single, courageous step. And so, as the whispering woods settled into the tranquility of night, Leora smiled, her heart echoing the wisdom of the forest. She knew that she was no longer the same, and she welcomed the journey that lay ahead with open arms and a heart full of dreams. The end. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald canopies stretched infinitely towards the sky and sunlight filtered through leaves like golden rain, there existed a world invisible to most human eyes. Here, beneath the towering oaks and whispering pines, the hidden lives of natural creatures unfolded in a delicate tapestry woven with threads of mystery and magic. The forest floor was a mosaic of dappled shadows, carpeted with soft moss that cushioned the steps of every creature that passed. Alongside a babbling brook that sang an endless lullaby, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell bore the markings of countless years, each etched line telling tales of seasons past. Thistle was a guardian of stories and secrets, a gentle soul who knew the rhythms of the forest as intimately as he knew the path to his favorite sunlit glade. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the forest was painted in hues of amber and crimson, Thistle awoke to find the woodland creatures gathered in hushed excitement. A rare event was about to occur, a convergence of magic and nature known as the Whispering Wind. This phenomenon, occurring only once in a generation, was said to bring messages from the ancient spirits of the earth, whispering wisdom to those willing to listen. Among the gathered creatures was a sprightly squirrel named Maple, her fur a vibrant russet that mirrored the autumn leaves. Maple was young and curious, always eager to learn the stories Thistle told. She perched on a rock beside him, her eyes wide with anticipation. "What will the Whispering Wind tell us, Thistle?" Maple asked, her voice a melody of youthful wonder. Thistle smiled gently, his eyes reflecting the knowledge of ages. "The Whispering Wind speaks of balance, dear Maple. It reminds us of the harmony that sustains our world. Listen closely, and you may hear the secrets of the seasons." As the morning unfolded, a soft breeze began to stir, rustling the leaves in a symphony that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. The air shimmered with a subtle glow, as if the very essence of magic was being woven into the wind. Every creature stood still, their breaths held in anticipation. The wind carried with it the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the crispness of autumn air. It danced through the forest, gently caressing each leaf and branch, its whispering voice a song that spoke of time's passage. As it brushed past Thistle, he closed his eyes, and his heart opened to the wisdom it carried. In that moment, the creatures of the forest felt a profound connection to the world around them. The whispering wind spoke of the cycles of life, of how every falling leaf was a promise of renewal, and every seed carried the potential for new beginnings. It reminded them that just as the seasons changed, so too did the world, and that within this change lay the essence of balance. Maple listened intently, her heart swelling with understanding. She realized that each creature, no matter how small, played a part in maintaining the harmony of the forest. The wind's message was simple yet profound. Every action, every choice, rippled through the world, shaping the delicate equilibrium of nature. As the day wore on and the sun dipped towards the horizon, the whispering wind began to fade, leaving behind a deep sense of peace and unity. The forest, once again still, seemed to hum with the quiet contentment of creatures who understood their place in the grand tapestry of life. With the event's conclusion, Thistle turned to Maple, his wise eyes twinkling. "Remember, little one, the whispers of the wind are always with us, even when we cannot hear them. Carry its wisdom in your heart, and you will always find your way." Maple nodded, her spirit alight with the newfound understanding. She scampered off into the forest, eager to share the wind's message with those she met, her tail flicking like a flame against the twilight sky. As night fell, a gentle rain began to patter through the leaves, a soothing lullaby that lulled the forest to sleep. Thistle retreated into his cozy burrow, the earthy scent of the rain mingling with the memories of the day's magic. The ancient forest settled into slumber, cradled by the rhythms of a world where nature and magic lived in harmonious balance. And so, under the watchful stars and the embrace of the whispering wind, the creatures of the forest dreamt of seasons to come, each heart carrying the wisdom of the ages, woven into the very fabric of their being. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. she decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an inky canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Auralis. Auralis was known for its lush emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind and its azure seas that cradled dreams in their depths. Among its inhabitants was a gentle, owl-like creature named Orin, whose feathers glowed with a soft, luminescent light under the twin moons. Orin lived in a cozy treehouse nestled among the highest branches of the great whispering oaks, where the air was always filled with the scent of wild lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves. His days were spent tending to the forest, ensuring harmony among its creatures, and his nights were devoted to stargazing, where he often wondered about the lives beyond his beloved planet. One evening, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, Orin noticed a peculiar object streaking across the horizon, trailing sparks of golden light. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow beyond the forest, where wildflowers swayed like a sea of vibrant colors. Curiosity piqued. Orin spread his wings and glided toward the mysterious arrival. In the meadow, a small, sleek spacecraft rested, its surface gleaming like polished silver under the moon's glow. As Orin approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any he had ever seen. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wisdom. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant, crystalline planet of Zephyria. Initially startled by the sight of each other, Orin and Lyra exchanged cautious greetings. Orin's voice was as soothing as the gentle breeze, while Lyra's words were like a melody sung by the stars themselves. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding, a shared wonder at the universe that bridged the gap between them. As the days passed, Orin and Lyra found themselves drawn into a dance of discovery. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her advanced technology, crafting shimmering holograms of distant worlds that captivated his imagination. In return, Orin introduced Lyra to the hidden magic of Auralis, from the way the sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals to the songs sung by the midnight choir of crickets. Their friendship blossomed like the first bloom of spring, but as with any new bond, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring the forest, Orin attempted to teach Lyra the ancient art of reading the wind's whispers. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze caress his feathers, and listened with his heart. Lyra, eager to understand, struggled to quiet her mind, her frustration bubbling to the surface like a stormy sea. Seeing her struggle, Orin gently placed a wingtip on her shoulder. "The wind speaks to those who listen, not with their ears but with their soul," he explained softly. Lyra took a deep breath, allowing herself to be still, and slowly, the whispers became a melody only she could hear. In that moment, she understood the lesson of patience and trust, and her appreciation for Orin's world deepened. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges that tested their growing bond. One morning, a sudden storm swept across Auralis, its ferocity threatening to uproot the very trees that cradled Orin's home. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Orin and Lyra worked side by side, reinforcing the treehouse and comforting the frightened creatures that sought refuge from the storm. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra's technology failed, her holograms flickering and dying as the storm's fury intensified. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized the true strength of their friendship. Orin's unwavering support was a beacon of hope, and together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for it. As the skies cleared and the forest exhaled a sigh of relief, Orin and Lyra sat on the treehouse balcony, watching the world awaken anew. The air was filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth and the sound of birds singing their morning serenade. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and spoke with a voice full of gratitude and warmth. Thank you, Orin, for teaching me the beauty of your world and the strength found in friendship, she said. Orin, his heart full, replied, And thank you, Lyra, for showing me the wonders beyond the stars and the joy of sharing them with a friend. Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends differences, that it is a tapestry woven from threads of understanding, patience, and shared adventures. As they sat side by side, watching the sun rise over the horizon, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the stars that guided them. In the days and nights that followed, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of Auralis and beyond, their friendship a guiding star in the vast galaxy. And as they ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the simple truth that friendship is a universal language, spoken with the heart and understood by all who dare to listen. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Orin and Lyra's story became a cherished tale among the stars, a testament to the magic of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time, and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 66, Story 67, Story 68, Story 69, Story 70, Story 71, Story 72, Story 73. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 74. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take. Leela's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Leela found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Leela set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Leela, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Leela with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Leela set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Story 75, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willowgrove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willowgrove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites, "Dear moon sprites, Your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willowgrove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of a lush emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued. A tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look," he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderglen apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lyra was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lyra held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lyra. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lyra stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lyra marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lyra discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Woods' eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderglen thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the Whispering Woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the Teapot of Whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" The voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the Curious Corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, Just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Oren fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Oren shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Oren with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Oren made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Niamh was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Niamh sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niamh set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Niamh," he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. "The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony." Niamh nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niamh, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niamh, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niamh and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niamh stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niamh heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life. With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed. Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled between the emerald folds of misty mountains, there lived a young dreamer named Leora. She was known for her curious spirit and the twinkle in her eye that spoke of adventures untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leora would sit by the hearth, listening to the crackling fire and dreaming of lands beyond the mountains. One crisp morning, as the village lay blanketed in the gentle embrace of dawn's first light, Leora decided to follow the winding path that led to the edge of the forest. With her heart beating a rhythm of excitement, she stepped into the woods, where ancient trees stood like wise old sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in the soft breeze. The forest was a tapestry of wonders, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet melody of birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and illuminating Leora's path with a warm, golden glow. As she ventured deeper, the familiar sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. Leora's journey led her to a clearing where the air shimmered with magic. In the heart of this enchanted grove stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars in the twilight. Around its base, tiny creatures flitted about, delicate winged beings with eyes like polished stones and laughter that tinkled like chimes. "Welcome, traveler," chimed a voice as soft as silk. Leora turned to see a creature unlike any she had ever imagined, a small, fox-like being with silvery fur and eyes that sparkled like moonlit water. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glen," said the creature, bowing with a flourish. "What brings you to our enchanted realm?" "I seek to explore and learn," Leora replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I wish to see the beauty and magic the world holds." Zephyr nodded approvingly. "To explore is to find courage within," he said, "and each step you take reveals more about your heart." As Leora and Zephyr wandered through the grove, they encountered whimsical wonders, flowers that sang when touched by sunlight, streams that danced and laughed as they tumbled over stones, and clouds that floated low, carrying whispers from lands far away. In this realm of enchantment, Leora faced gentle challenges that called upon her wit and kindness. She helped a family of squirrels trapped in a maze of tangled vines, using her nimble fingers and gentle words to free them. She calmed a stormy sky by singing a lullaby she remembered from her childhood, soothing the winds into a peaceful slumber. With each act of kindness and bravery, Leora felt her heart grow lighter, filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of discovery. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to seek beauty and truth, no matter where they might be found. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with a tapestry of crimson and amber, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. But she did not leave empty-handed. The memories of her journey, the lessons learned, and the friendships forged were tucked safely in her heart. "Remember, dear traveler," Zephyr called as Leora took her leave, "the magic of exploration lies not just in the places you discover, but in the courage to seek them out." With a heart full of gratitude and eyes alight with dreams anew, Leora made her way back home. As she stepped into the familiar warmth of her village, the twilight sky began to twinkle with stars, each one a reminder of the wondrous world just beyond the horizon. And so, nestled by the hearth, with the gentle crackle of the fire lulling her to sleep, Leora dreamed of the adventures yet to come, her heart ever open to the magic that awaited in the unknown. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still. guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed. The trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, They came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery.